Good morning, everybody. Councillor Klashega is present. Thank you.
All right, councillors, can you hear me now? Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, we can hear you clearly, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'm going to...
Yes, Speaker, we can hear you.
Thank you, I can hear that now. We're going to start the meeting, please. I'd like to again welcome everybody, all the councillors, the officials and the media linking via the YouTube audio stream. And now I'd like to move to a moment's silence, please.
Good day. Councillor Mkutswana is present.
Thank you for breaking the silence. All right, can you councillors please mute yourself until it's your opportunity to speak? The attendance register will be done now via the IM box. So if you can all then register, please, so we can check if we quorate. Councillors, as soon as we have a quorum, we will proceed. We've got a quorum. We've got 198. Okay, we will continue, and I'll announce the party totals later in the meeting. I'm now going to call on the Mayor to address the council. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Let me just fix that for you. There we go. Great. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Capetonians. Good morning. Goeiemorgen, Molweni. Assalamu alaikum. And a very warm welcome to our last council meeting for 2021. Madam Speaker, just the day after we last met together, South Africa was put back on the United Kingdom's red list in a knee-jerk reaction that was not warranted by medical evidence, and nor was it helped by the form of how that announcement took place. This was followed by other travel bans from many of the countries where most of South Africa's tourists come from. This was the worst possible timing for Cape Town's long-suffering tourism and hospitality industry, and the tens of thousands of Capetonians who work in this industry and rely on it for their livelihoods. Just when it looked as though this December may see the return of many of our foreign visitors, overnight, most of those bookings were cancelled. Madam Speaker, we did not receive this news well in Cape Town, but we also immediately mobilized to do everything that we could to help. In 3 weeks, we have mobilized 3 different and important interventions to help our city get through this time. First, we pivoted immediately to a domestic tourism campaign with Cape Town Tourism and Westgrow to attract more South Africans to come here for the holidays. Our message was simple: don't let travel bans ruin your travel plans. Instead, come to Cape Town. Secondly, on the agenda today is also a temporary scrapping of permit fees for informal traders across the city, which we hope everyone will support and which will go some way to helping those traders get through a quieter time. Third, we have arranged to close certain streets with lots of restaurants to vehicle traffic on certain days, allowing restaurants to spill out into the street space. This will offer diners more safety and peace of mind of open-air outdoor dining, and hopefully will help those restaurants and their staff to keep afloat. This initiative starts in Bree Street this Saturday from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night, and it will extend to other streets over weekends throughout December and January. I will be there on Saturday afternoon, and I hope to see you there too. I am proud, colleagues, that Cape Town did not take the bad news lying down, but responded innovatively and quickly to do what we can to help. I'm very grateful to the creative and dedicated teams who put the work into these initiatives to get them from idea to results in a matter of days. We moved so quickly and creatively because we care for the many Cape Townians who face hardship and anxiety when the tour they were booked to guide is all of a sudden cancelled, or when their hotel job is put on short time because there aren't any guests. They are the people that we serve in this council with a clear sense of higher purpose. And that is why we feel the pressure to push ourselves, to try new things, to be nimble and quick-footed and innovative, so that we can help more Cape Townians out of poverty and into employment over time. That clear sense of higher purpose was underscored on the 1st of December, when Stats SA released employment data showing that a further 660,000 people have lost their jobs across the country, with unemployment now at 46.6% and youth unemployment at a truly unimaginable 77.5%. Madam Speaker, every time I read statistics like that, I feel more determined than ever that absolutely everything we do here in this government must be focused on growing the economy meaningfully faster, so that we can help people like that be lifted out of poverty and into employment over time. And that cause got an important shot in the arm, excuse the pun, this morning. As of 4 a.m. this morning, South Africa has been removed from the UK's red list. This is very good news for our country and for our city. We hope that many British tourists will still decide to reinstate their travel plans and come to Cape Town this summer. We are ready to welcome them with open arms. I have spoken about how care for people and for their lives must drive innovation and a willingness to do things differently. That lesson applies precisely to the organizational change we are considering today. The city's administrative structure must reflect our care for better services and dignity, especially for the poorest residents, and it must reflect a commitment to innovative thinking. The core basic services, like the provision of energy, water, sanitation, and waste management, are at the heart of municipal governance. Infrastructure investment and improved service in these basics are the means by which we contribute to improving the dignity of all Cape Townians. And they are prerequisites for economic growth. So we need a laser-like focus on these services, and that is why the proposed macro structure includes the splitting of the Water and Sanitation and Waste Management Directorate into individual directorates. I know that this split will help give dedicated focus to the different service problems they are working on and will deliver a better outcome for the public. I expect that each of these directorates will deliver high quality services, that they will be responsive to the public, and that when there are problems, they will be totally open and work quickly to fix those problems with humility and dedication. The proposal today also includes the creation of a Future Planning and Resilience Directorate. I'm particularly excited about this. Cape Town is a rapidly growing city in a developing world context. This comes with profound social, population, infrastructure, climate, health, economic, and resource challenges. But also, a bigger, growing, denser city comes with exciting opportunities. Our city is young. We have developed an incredibly innovative local economy, and I absolutely believe that Cape Town, with double its current population, will be an even better city than it is now. But to make it so, it is essential that we spend time planning for that future. For Cape Town to be a city of hope in South Africa, we have to devote time and resources to future planning. Most importantly, we need to ensure that we are constantly updating our portfolio of well-prepared capital expenditure projects for the short, medium and long term that are ready for implementation. Along with the structural change we are considering today, we are also approving the advertisement process for 9 executive directors. We are well on our way, colleagues, to a new structure that is geared for more caring basic services and a stable and secure executive management team with a clear instruction to deliver. So that is an important early step in this administration. I've spent many hours over recent weeks meeting with the city's top management in our different directorates, discussing the challenges we face and how we can tackle them together as Team Cape Town. With the proposed new macro structure in place, I'm confident that we will be able to tackle these challenges and ensure that our residents feel the improved speed, energy, and sense of pride in our city that we are constantly looking to build. Speaker, I've also spent recent weeks engaging directly with our residents as part of the public participation process for the new Integrated Development Plan, the IDP. Our residents will be hearing ads on radio and seeing the calls for their input on all of our social media pages. In many communities, our public participation unit is going door to door. It was great to join these teams in wards last week. I want to encourage every Cape Townian to please take a few minutes and give us your views. Speaking of discussions with residents, I have made a habit of asking every resident I meet if they are vaccinated. I must report that while Cape Town is ahead of the rest of the country in vaccination, it is still alarming how many people are not yet vaccinated in our city. While we all have a choice, vaccination is absolutely the best choice to make for ourselves, those we love, and for our city. We ask every public representative seem to have disappeared.
You back?
Oh dear.
Back?
Am I back?
You back? Try again, Mayor.
Continue, Mayor.
Okay. We ask every public representative to help spread this message of taking responsibility for our own safety and the safety of others in every community. Finally, I've spoken about the need to clean up our city, to build a common sense of pride and love for our home, Cape Town. That starts this weekend with the community cleanup in Brooklyn and Rugby with Councillor Arsing and the local ratepayers. I invite every councillor to organize cleanups and to help start building momentum behind the simple but powerful idea. Let's get together and clean up our city. We'll start small and build up momentum across the city to develop a stronger volunteer spirit among Cape Townians who are proud of our city and who want to help. I look forward to seeing you out there with me. Speaker, as this year wraps up and we all start to go on a much needed and well-deserved leave, I want to make a special appeal to our residents, as well as to the many visitors that we are looking forward to welcoming, to please be safe over the festive season. Be safe on our roads, and rather make use of the many public transport and taxi services available instead of ever drinking and driving. Please also be safe on our beaches, and remember that the city offers a lifeguard service on our main beaches and a fantastic Identi Kids service to keep kids safe on busy beaches. This is offered at 16 beaches across Cape Town over the festive season, so please make use of it. I want to thank all of the city staff who will be working over the coming weeks. We appreciate all of you and the work that you do to keep our city running, to keep it clean, and to keep our residents safe. To those who celebrate Christmas as a religious holiday, I wish you a blessed and very Merry Christmas. Regardless of our faith, the message of this season is the same. It is one of giving, caring, and love. As we enjoy this December, let us recommit ourselves to demonstrating our caring and compassionate spirit for each other during these very difficult times. I encourage every Cape Townian to do something, even if it is just one thing this December, to bless and help someone less fortunate than yourself. By doing just one act of kindness, we will help to build the more inclusive, more caring Cape Town that we are all hopefully working towards. I wish you a wonderful and safe festive season, and I look forward to seeing you all again in the new year. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask Councillor Grant Murray from the Freedom Front Plus to ask his question. Is Councillor Murray available?
Speaker, can you also note Councillor Sotashe from the ANC?
Hello, Speaker.
Noted. Carry on, Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I want to thank the Mayor this morning for an inspiring message, and in quoting him saying, improving the dignity of all residents. And you also mentioned let have care and love for our residents. I want to ask the Mayor, as a request, in keeping with the act of goodwill, as you always convey to the people of Cape Town, I want to ask the Mayor if he will consider the immediate scrapping of a humiliating, shameful, and undignified water dripping system for all households currently in arrears, and allow unrestricted access to open flow water, especially while children are at home during the holidays and we are in the middle of a fourth wave of COVID. Our people are unemployed and starving, and we cannot deprive them of flowing water. Is the Mayor prepared to look at alternative options?
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We'll take all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haskins.
Speaker, it's Councillor Christians of the ACDP.
All right, Councillor Christians, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mayor, for that speech. I just want to quote what you've said. While we all have a choice to be vaccinated, referring to the residents of the city of Cape Town, can we then assume that, because if you remember correctly, in your response, my response to your election as Mayor on the 18th of November, I asked you to make sure that mandatory vaccinations does not take place on your watch. Now, coming back to your comment today, while we all have a choice to be vaccinated, can we now assume that you support the ACDP stance that everyone in the city, including officials, have the ability and access to the freedom of choice? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sotashe.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you, and good morning, Mr. Mayor. Madam Speaker, let's welcome the announcement by the Mayor about the informal trading, and I think we must appreciate that announcement. And I agree with the Mayor that I don't think that is anyone that is going to oppose that, because it's going to put some relief on informal trading. Mr. Mayor, you have just announced that you are going to split the Directorate of Waste, of Water and Waste. Don't you think that this is an admission from your side that the poor leadership demonstrated by the previous by the previous MECO member, Zenthia Limbeck, because this particular directorate was a disaster in terms of performance in the city of Cape Town? Don't you think that by splitting this directorate is not a question of coordinating services that will have an impact to our people, but is to further put strain on the budget of the city, because all these three directorates that we have mentioned now, each one of them has to have a kind of a leader in terms of its own administration. And that will also be accompanied by the budget implications. So don't you think that the city is found wanting in terms of coming up with a clear micro strategy to deliver services to our people? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you respond?
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those questions. Let me start by saying firstly, the easy one, Councillor Christians, as I said to you, thank you for your question. As I said to you when you asked it the first time, my position is rooted in my concern for individual liberty. I don't support mandate vaccines in the private or the public space, and I think that every single person should have the choice. And I said that last time, and I say it again. I do strongly believe, and I will say this always, I will always link these two comments. I strongly believe that it is the right choice to please get vaccinated. And I want all of us to help spread that message. But ultimately, it is the person's choice for themselves. Councillor Marais from the Freedom Front, thank you for your question. Our responsibility is to 4.8 million residents in Cape Town. We have to deliver services to them. We have to build infrastructure for them. That requires a system where people pay for the services that they consume. And we have to have a reliable way of recovering service charges when it is not paid for. So if you have alternatives, you should please send those through. But I think that this is a viable alternative to simply cutting off the service, which is not fair, not right, but which still ensures that there is payment. And so I think that helps us fulfill our responsibility to the whole city, which requires a lot of finances, and it requires that everyone pays their fair share for what they use. Councillor Sotashe, I won't comment on what has gone before, only on what the future holds. And for me, the future is that these two departments require a lot more focus and attention, because many of the service delivery problems that we face in the city, basic service delivery problems like the sewage problems, which you know that I've spoken about and all of us have spoken about many times, and late waste collection, inadequate waste collection in informal settlements. Those are problems that need really focused attention. And that department was too big and cumbersome and unwieldy to give it the kind of focused attention that I think it needs to fix those and deliver the excellent quality of services required. So I'm absolutely comfortable with making the investment in those services to improve them for the public. Because if we can achieve even a 30% improvement, and I think more than that is possible, a 30% improvement in those two services as a result of more focus and this investment, then the outcome for the public is a massive positive. Okay, those are the questions. I'm happy to take more if there's space for more. Up to you, Speaker.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that generosity. Rule 11.2 says that they need to notify us before the meeting via the WIPS meeting of who would like to ask a question. But in the spirit of Christmas, we will allow Councillor Fadil Adams's question and hope that over the holidays he can read the rules. Councillor Adams?
Morning, Mayor. Morning, Speaker. Morning, colleagues. I don't know what my audio is like. Yeah, I will definitely make a point of reading the rules. If you commit to actually obeying them. Mr. Mayor.
1 minute, Councillor.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for that Bree Street initiative. I think it's imperative that we boost the local economy. Closing Bree Street to allow the traders to come out and make extra money to pay extra taxes is a brilliant idea. I want to ask of the Mayor if he's willing to do the same thing in the ghettos, on the Cape Flats and in the townships. Will you close AZ Berman and allow the stall holders to come out, will the city offer the same level of service to us? Will it give a boost to the local economy here? Because I haven't heard a thing about it, Mr. Mayor. I want you to be a mayor for all of us. Will you please be a mayor for the Cape Flats as well? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. Is that the last one, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Fadil, Councillor Adams. Thank you for that. I have, so the key thing is the density of restaurants, right? The purpose of this is to allow the restaurants to spill out into the street so that you can have safer dining areas for restaurant goers. The idea being that if you help restaurant goers to feel safer, then more will come and will help the restaurants to stay open and they can be busier through this period. So where there are streets where there is an intensity of restaurants, we can absolutely do that. So I asked the team to come up with a list of those kind of streets. The nice thing about Bree Street is that there's more than 40 restaurants in one street. So there's not many places like that, but there might be others. I know that Long Street, Harrington, there might be others in other parts of the city. I think of some places in Kenilworth, for example. But where there is the idea is to focus it where there is an intensity of restaurants. Otherwise, you can't close a street for one restaurant so that you can, then you cause massive inconvenience to other travelers for the sake of one restaurant or two restaurants. We need to have an intensity, a concentration, a density of restaurants. That's the key determining factor. And of course, that applies to anywhere in the city where those circumstances are extant. So we're absolutely happy to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We move now on to section 3, which is the applications for leave. And I'm going to ask the Chief Whip to give us those applications for leave, and then I will read out the party numbers that we have on the system.
Speaker.
Councillor, what is your point?
Makas.
What is the point, Councillor Makas?
I see on the IM box you have referred to Rule 11.2. And that we're supposed to submit a...
Okay, that's not a point of order, but let's move on.
I'm raising on the issue that the mayor is done. I'm addressing you for future meetings.
Yes.
That the Rule 11.2, as it is stated, that we should be submitting, as you are saying, yes. that part was not said in the whips meeting, and that in the meeting, sometimes we field speakers based on the speech of the mayor.
All right, we will put it as an agenda item. Okay.
Yes. So you don't say that. You must be able to discuss that in the meetings that are provided for the council meeting.
Okay, Councillor.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. I assume that as a whip of a previous administration, you would have known that, but it doesn't matter. We will put it on the agenda so we don't forget next time.
Still, you are not doing the right thing. It's wrong what you're saying.
Thank you.
Because in the previous council would come to... You are starting...
Can we move on to the Chief Whip? Can you read the applications for leave of absence?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Speaker, the apologies for this morning. Councillors on leave. Councillors Sono, Makiti, Fourie, Temlet, Lau, Mumkungezi, Kopman, and then Van der Merwe. On sick leave this morning, Speaker, we have Councillor Sean Stacey, who was been in a car accident 2 weeks back, and he was operated on last night. So we wish him a speedy recovery and all the best. That's the apologies for today. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you. Then I will read out the councillors' attendance. The ANC has 36. The DA has 120. The ARA has 2. ACDP have 6. AI have 1. Al-Jamar has 1. CCC 7. CIP 1. CMC 1. EFF 10. Freedom Front Plus 4. Good 8. PAC 3. No, sorry, PA 3. PAC 1. UDM 1. UIM 1, which gives us a total of 203 out of 230.
Speaker? Speaker.
Councillor Haynes here.
Councillor Haynes.
I've gone through the list of attendees 4 times and I count 40 ANC councillors.
All right. Perhaps you can liaise with Rihanna and we
I
can.
have sent that.
All right. Thank you. We'll adjust this as soon as I get the other two. El Jamal, have you arrived at the council chamber?
Thank you, Speaker. We are 3. Councillor Hendricks is with me on my laptop. We just came here from IT to sort out my laptop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll update it and then read it out again later. All right. Thank you very much. So, are there any other apologies that we haven't got? All right. Thank you. Then we move on to section 4. Councillors, I want to remind you that the instant messaging box or the IM box is not to be used for debate or personal remarks. Can the whips please assist me in monitoring this? And then secondly, to note that this is the last council meeting for the year. Council will go into recess with effect from 5 p.m. on Friday, the 17th of December until 8 a.m. on Monday, the 10th of January, 2022. During this time, the Executive Mayor is authorized to take decisions in terms of Delegation Part 1.10, Section 5 of the System of Delegations, which Council adopted the recess period as part of the calendar report, which was served at the inaugural meeting on the 18th of November, item C18. And then thirdly, the meeting today has approximately 4 hours speaking time without the mayoral address and questions. So please, can we have cooperation to ensure that we complete the meeting today? Section 5 allows for official notices. Acting City Manager, are there any official notices? None. Thank you. Then we move on to confirmation of the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. Now, I want to point out that the set of minutes for the meeting of September the 29th is for noting only, because this is a new administration. So the councillors that pointed out that they'd been left off were actually not part of that administration. So can we note the minutes from the 29th of September? Agreed? Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Then we go to the minutes, item 14 of the 18th, item 4, sorry, of the 18th of November. And there was a replacement set of minutes distributed. And we'll start then on page 101. And that has this new term of office councillors. So we'll look at pages 101 through to 105. And then 106 through to 110. And then 111 through to 120. Are there any corrections to that? Right. Can we approve those minutes?
So approved.
Who's that, Councillor?
Speaker, it is Councillor Botha Rousseau. The only correction I want is that FF plus, the plus is PLUS, if they can just keep that in mind for future use, please.
So thank you for raising that. And we did agree at the programming meeting that in future we would use that. But so for these minutes, unfortunately, it's still as it was typed before that. But we will correct it going forward. Thank you. Can we move?
Speaker.
Councillor?
Yes. On the minutes of the 18th of November, page 106, in the election of the speaker.
Yes.
We want it to be recorded that there was abstentions from the EFF because only recording spoiled ballots.
All right, thank you. We will check the. I think that in terms of the voting procedure, we can't read abstentions out of the papers that get handed up. But we will check that and we will come back and correct it if necessary. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, if you look at the other results, it does indicate, for instance, when there is an election of the mayor, it does indicate that there's abstentions and they were recorded in that way. So even
right.
with those ones of the
Okay.
speaker.
I see that. I see that.
Yes.
We will try and resolve that and correct that
Thank you
minute.
very
So you
much,
just tell me
Speaker.
how many of you were
It
abstaining.
was 9 councillors of the EFF that were present on that day, and they all
right.
abstained from voting
Thank you.
on that day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will correct that. Thank you very much. Then moving on to the minutes of the 25th of November. Can we look at those starting on page 121? Is that right? Okay, and then we move on through those to page 126.
Speaker.
130, yes.
Yes, on the minutes of the 25th of November. First one, the minutes record that former councillor Unatin Tame is registered as being present, and there is also an apology for him. So there is a mistake that has taken place there. He submitted an apology. He should be registered as an apology that was submitted. He was not present.
All right, thank you. We'll correct that as well. All right. Can we move on?
Speaker.
Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, Speaker, I've got 2 points on the minutes, page 127, 129. Can I raise both of them?
Yes, please.
Okay, 127, Speaker, there is the question, my question to the Mayor. I would want to request that when I raised my question to the Mayor, I've raised the date, the year that I have tabled the motion, if that could be reflected in that in the minutes, please. Secondly, Speaker, in terms of the attendance, when you read the attendance per party in the meeting, you mentioned that there was a councillor that have resigned. I asked for clarity. It then came out that there were 2 councillors that resigned before the meeting. It is not reflecting in the minutes. Can we please have that reflected in the minutes? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We will just get that information and correct the minutes. All right, thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Thank you. It's Alderman Besson. I'd just like to say that I'm also marked as present, as well as apologies on the 25th of November. I did send an email to the Chief Whip's office. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Now, if we look at the body of the meeting, apart from the correction from Councillor Haynes, can we note those, or can we approve those minutes?
No, Speaker. I wrote in the IM box on page 128, Speaker. When it comes to the questioning, the only thing that is registered here from the EFF is the question pertaining the sewer spills. There was also a question that was pertaining the salary increase payment that should be given to the workers, and the Mayor responded to that question. In the minutes, it does not reflect. So it only reflects that one.
Okay, I remember that. We'll correct the minute. Thank you very much.
Speaker, my apologies for that. Last one.
Yes, all right.
In the further body of the minutes, my question as has been tabled is there, but at the end it says that it's a question tabled by Councillor Kulwana. Could that also be corrected? There were 3 questions in that meeting. Could we please have that also checked? Thank you very much.
All right. What page is that?
Not question, a motion, the motion that was tabled. Thank you.
All right. If you can just let us know the page number and we can correct it. Just
Will do.
Thank you. You can SMS or WhatsApp
Speaker?
or whatever. All right. Thank you. Who is that,
Speaker,
Councillor?
It's Councillor Dambuza still.
Yes, Councillor Dambuza.
On the issue of item C24, the reflection of the minutes don't give the thorough, proper description as to what happened on that day. That is 1. 2, the minutes does not reflect you apologizing for what took place on that day. So these minutes are not reflecting thoroughly as to what happened on the day.
Okay, we don't do verbatim minutes, but the Secretariat can have a look at that and if necessary, add something to the minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank
And then-
you, Speaker. Understandably, we don't do verbatim, but the minutes themselves don't thoroughly express
I
as to
understand.
what happened. And it is imperative that the minutes do express as to what happened in particularly that period of time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Your comment, Councillor Roundtree, is also noted. And then
Thank
we
you,
will
Speaker.
sign the minutes off with those amendments or corrections. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to the following the agenda items, but I just want to point out that the following items have been agreed to in volume 2, items 8, 10, 11, 12, and 15. In volume 3, items 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 37, 42, 43, and 45A. So we currently have 203 councillors now present. I think we need to just adjust that with the 2 extra from Al Jamar and make sure that the ANC's count is correct. So we'll adjust that later. All right. Councillors, then we're going to move on. Can we take the number of councillors present for the parties as the vote if you indicate if you're supporting or not supporting the item? Thank you. Then we'll move on. We now have the remainder of the agenda commencing with volume 2, and the first item is item 6. And then I'd like to ask that Councillor Joachim start, please. Councillor Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GOOD does not support items 6 and 7. We raise concern vis-a-vis the redesignation of directorates and the corresponding Section 79 committees. I think the question for us is, do we need separate structures that can perform the same function? We seem to be duplicating functions and splitting departments, increase the number of senior management and senior political appointments. If we already have an economic growth portfolio committee, what is the purpose of the ease of doing business portfolio committee, other than to deploy a DA cadre to this grossly overpaid post at more than 1 million rand per annum? It seems implausible that the economic growth portfolio committee would not enact a reduction of red tape to improve the ease of doing business. We believe that merging these 2 committees would save at least 10 million rand over this term of office. So it's GOOD's opinion that we are concerned about the unnecessary spending and the bloating of the administration. We believe that these resources would be better spent on infrastructure in our communities, better spent on building houses for our people, and better spent on ensuring that our homeless are taken care of with dignity and with humanity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cotti.
Madam Speaker? Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Madam Speaker, good morning, councillors, officials, Mayor. Madam Speaker, I was of the view that maybe the Mayor will introduce this item, but be that as it may. Speaker, I just want to say that in 2017, January on the 23rd, we adopted the ODTP, and I think it was introduced by the then Mayor, De Lille. And in that document, it says to reverse the apartheid legacies. And I think since that, we have not seen any improvement in our areas, particularly in our township and the Cape Coast areas. In the same year, Speaker, in April, we also introduced the area-based service delivery model. And we still have not seen any progress on that. But we welcome the report, and we also welcome the new portfolio of Urban Waste Management Directorate. And as the Mayor in his inaugural speech indicated, that sewage spills is occurring on a daily basis in our areas. Our only concern, Speaker, is that, and it's also coupled to the previous speaker, the various directors and the new appointments will only take place, as the report says, May, June, or July next year. It means that we will be operating without directors or EDs for almost 6 or 7 months, Speaker. Our only or other concern, Speaker, is also with the inauguration, and we are about 30 days in the new council, and we have not seen from the ANC side that the mayor indicated any plans from his office, 100 days of office plans from his side. Also that the city claims to be a well-run, caring and safe city, and I'm not too sure whether this new plan will cover all those aspects, opportunity city that the city says.
Thank you.
But by and large, Speaker, the last concern we also want to raise is that with the adjustment budget in January coming, whether all these departments, and I
you must conclude, please.
The manager will look.
Councillor Mujuza.
Speaker.
Yes.
I have sent a message at the beginning of the meeting, both to the Chief Whip and Rehana, that they should have additional minutes on speaking time. Both these councillors are speaking. I see they have not read their messages, and this group of us as leadership is prohibited for us to comment on it, to give information that has changed to the administration. So I have said that both Councillor Kote and Councillor Mjuza have got 3 minutes each because we are withdrawing our speaker on C27.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Then we haven't got that information. Maybe in future you can just also WhatsApp me. But all right, Councillor Kote, do you want to just conclude then? You've still got a half a minute. Well, actually not, but carry on.
No, Speaker, in terms of page 6, the lessons learned from the previous time, and we have not seen any indication from the Mayor's office. What lessons did we learn out of the previous models of ODTP? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we go then to Councillor Majuza?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I hope I won't be a victim of time also. Speaker, on the review of the macro structure and the office of the city manager, also in comparison with the micro-organizational changes, meaning the sub-delegations. Speaker, as the directive stipulates that at the beginning of every new term of office of the municipal council, it is required that the structure of the business being reviewed for the purpose of developing strategies and plans aimed at enhancing service delivery. I hope that we are taking that on note, which this report proposes the following: a new macro-organizational design, the filling of Section 57 Executive Director vacancies. Speaker, this discussion stems from the mandatory function of the city manager in terms of the GN 21 of 17th of January 2014. Furthermore, Speaker, as per the Section 57 performance and dashboard for the City of Cape Town Section 57 employees. Speaker, this also comes after the city manager and the EDs are required to sign a performance agreement which includes a performance plan, also referred to as the performance dashboards for each and every financial year. Speaker, as per the Municipal System Amendments Act number 7 of 2011 and its aims to amend the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000, amongst many, to make further provisions for the appointment of municipal managers, managers directly accountable to municipal managers, whilst also having to make further provisions for the evaluation of the performance of municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers, which also have to confirm the municipality requires the post to meet its strategic objectives. Objectively so, not through some thumb-sucking exercise, as it is the case currently. Speaker, let me set up the tone for this discussion. The city manager has a responsibility in terms of Regulation 4 of the 17th of January, as said, of 2014, as per the local government regulations on appointment and conditions of employment senior managers, as Government Gazetted 237245. It is reviewed that it will review the staff establishment within 12 months of the election of a new municipal council, which cannot attest to that so far as this administration is concerned. Malaka rhetoric, Speaker, can be seen in the acknowledgement of the same administration in its report that lessons have been learned over the last term of office of the municipal office, which are proclaimed to have informed these changes of the micro-organizational design of this institution, which, Speaker, we must all bear in mind these done under the intention of improving service delivery across mandates, including water and sanitation and energy, as this directorate is found to be foundation of improving the lives of all Coptonians and is the enabler of economic growth and job creation. Speaker, the report further selectively selectively notice the changing urban environment substantiated by a plethora of shocks and stresses, which to its short-sightedness singles out only COVID-19 and drought. Whilst in our previously disadvantaged communities, our citizens are continuously neglected as they are being subjected to crisis of poor water and sanitation infrastructure due to an unclear way forward of addressing the development or the overpopulation, because of an unclear housing allocation program, particularly in old townships such as Langa, Gugulethu, and Nyanga, amongst many. And the DA administration seems to be clueless, directionless in how can we best develop
Conclude, Councillor.
These infrastructure programs. In essence, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor, Councillor Alderman Hill-Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
It's your turn to speak.
Okay, I will answer some of the questions. Someone was saying they expected me to lead it in. I'm happy to do so. I would just say that you know the concerns around ease of doing business are I don't know where the figure of 10 million comes from. That's crazy. A committee chairperson earns about 300,000 rand more than a regular councillor. And in any case, let me just say, ease of doing business does not relate only to the work of the economic growth portfolio, which does property management, our tourism, business development, destination marketing, and so on. There is a whole range of ease of doing business problems across our entire city that need attention. The difficulty with which members of the public have to engage with vehicle licensing officers is an ease of doing business issue. The difficulty with which restaurants, cafes, spas, shops, shisanyamas have to get zoning and health inspection certificates and disposal certificates and so on. Those are ease of doing business issues, but they cut across many departments, not only the economic growth department's work. So it is, I think, essential for there to be a special focus on ease of doing business across the entire administration. And that is far from duplication, sir. That is far from duplication. It's one of the most important things that we can do. If we can get all of those systems and processes working efficiently and overwhelmingly digitally, so that it is easily accessible on cell phones, primarily on cell phones, hopefully, for residents, small businesses, informal traders, you name it, then that is a huge ease of doing business gain and economic gain across the whole city. Of course, it helps economic growth, but so does everything we do. I mean, when we build a road, that helps economic growth, but it doesn't fall into the economic growth portfolio. So I just don't think that comment was particularly well thought through, and I don't agree with it. Mr. Mjuza, thank you for that comment. I agree, basically. I basically agree with you. I know you were trying to be very critical, but I basically agree with you about the concern on capital expenditure. And I've shared that concern with you in my last speech and share it again today and say that I'm spending, I can guarantee you, part of every day talking with senior officials about how we drastically improve capital expenditure, both in the short term, because I want to see it happening now, but also how we get sustainably better capital expenditure for the next 5 years. So I know you were trying to land a blow there, but all I can say is I'm working on that and agree with the impetus. We must spend more on capital expenditure. We must invest in better infrastructure, more infrastructure all the time. And that is a clear part of my focus. I would also just say, you know, other councillors Councillor Cotti made a whole lot of questions or statements, complaints. I can't reply to all of them because they don't actually all relate to the item that we're discussing. But I would just say, you know, about the generic statements that are made about you know, serving poorer communities and being a city that cares. In my last speech, in my first one, I said that we are making a massive additional investment of 600 million rand in free basic services for the poor. And we have a very huge indigent relief package, which people who are, you know, living in indigency can make application for. And part of the problem is that we offer every year we have unspent allocation because people do not apply for that indigency relief. And this goes back to Councillor Marais' question, first up, Councillor Marais from the Freedom Front, about the water issue. You know, we already offer this enormous indigent relief package. Some people don't apply for it. And by the way, that links back to the ease of doing business. We must make sure that it is as easy as possible to apply for that indigency relief. But just in terms of water, the city offers the largest free water allocation to indigent households in South Africa. And so I really encourage councillors to help those who are living in indigency to apply for those. And while Councillor Anstey works on making it easier for all of these processes in the essential work that he has to do. And I think that he's going to have a lot of pressure, certainly from me, to deliver on that ease of doing business outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put this to the vote now, and we have an indication that the Good Party is not supporting this item. Are there any other parties against the item? Then the recommendation on page 1 to 4 are carried by the majority. Thank you very much. We're going to move on then to item 7. Before I do so, I just want to point out that we have a corrected figure now, or an updated figure on the councillors' attendance. The ANC, quite rightly, Councillor Haynes is at 40. The DA is at 123. And Al-Jamar is corrected at 3. So we now have 212 councillors in the chamber or present on the meeting. And I want to point out that there is currently 1 vacancy in the DA, and that will be listed in the minutes. Councillors, please turn your computers on mute.
Madam Speaker, I did put my question on IM box, please.
I can't read the IM box. I told you earlier I wasn't reading the IM box.
Listen, Madam Speaker, we are in a council meeting.
I am communicating someone to read the message, but in the meantime, we're moving on.
No.
What is your question, Councillor? Is it a point of order? Because you can't ask
you are going back to your old habit now of bulldozing people. I said there want clarity. And then you don't read an IM box. The next thing you are becoming emotional. This is how you mustn't run the meeting like this, Madam Speaker.
Councillor,
I put clarity question there.
I told you can't use the IM box. If you asked for a point of clarity, then I can't find your point of clarity. But if you have a point of clarity, what is your point of clarity?
It is there. The IM box you said.
What is your point of order, Speaker? What is your point of clarity?
My clarity, I'm saying there in the IM box, I'm rising in terms of rule 32.1.1. At the end of the debate, and you don't acknowledge that because you don't read the rules. I am saying I want clarity from the mayor from what the mayor has just said now. Please run the meeting effectively. So, the mayor must clarify me because part of what we need to take a decision on.
Your question is not in the IM box, but I will allow you to ask the question.
There. It is there. I have written there.
Okay. Please behave or I'm going to mute you. You may ask a point of clarity now.
Speaker. I am asking a clarity seeking question to the mayor.
Okay,
in terms of his announcement this morning on macro organizational design. Part of what we need to do as councillors is to take decision on sufficient information. What is the financial implication of his announcement? It is not contained in the report. I want to hear from the mayor. So please be patient with us. Don't bull us, please.
Councillor, you had the report when we had the speakers meeting. You didn't indicate you wish to speak on it. You had other councillors speaking on it.
We are debating a report now. I'm asking a question to the mayor, not to you.
But
Part of my right is to ask questions.
Vote. All right. So we're in the vote. That question, it's not in our IM box. So that's interesting. There was another point of order.
Yes, Speaker. My point of order was to raise that it was very clear that the debate is not to happen on the IM box, and that Sontasha's comments are not in the IM box.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That's all right. Moving on. So
Councillor Sontasha, not Sontasha. Councillor
Are we prohibited to ask questions?
Speaker, on a point
Are
of
we
order,
prohibited
it's not
to ask questions in this meeting?
It's not
Are we prohibited to ask questions in this meeting? Madam Speaker, are we prohibited to debate in this meeting?
You're allowed to debate. You had two speakers. And
Yes.
you knew
Are we prohibited?
Okay, moving on.
Because
Item 7.
I
The
am
vote
using
is
the rules of
concluded.
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
The mayor has not responded to my question.
Speaker,
And
on
you
a
are
point of
going
order,
ahead.
Speaker.
Speaker.
The mayor has
Speaker,
not
on a
responded to
point
my
of-
question.
All right.
And you are going ahead.
We've already voted on that item and we've moved on to item 7.
Yes, Speaker, can I
Speaker, on a point of order.
Going to collapse this council because you are not cooperating with councillors. We are using the rules of order.
Speaker, on
and
a
then
point
you are
of order.
ignoring that.
Speaker.
Here is the mayor wants to answer my question, and then you don't even give the mayor the opportunity to answer my question. Don't do this. Please bear with us.
Alderman Satoshi, you've been a councillor for a long time. You know the process. Okay. So let's just move
The
on because the
process, the
vote,
mayor is saying a simple question he wants to answer.
As a
Okay,
chief
the
of
vote
the
is taken.
ANC, please.
The
Speaker.
vote is over and we're on item 7. We're moving
Before
on
we
to
move
item
to item
7.
7, Speaker, I request to address you as a whip of the ANC, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I think if we would want to have a smooth meeting, we should treat a virtual meeting just like an on-site meeting. We know that after each debate, when speakers are speaking, a councillor is allowed to ask a question of clarity at the end of the debate. Now, if you are not patient with us, we are going to have such a disorganized manner in a meeting. So I think what Councillor Stasha was doing was to ask a question to the mayor, which on the IM box, the mayor has responded in saying he is prepared to answer the question. And you have said at the beginning of the meeting, you have people that are looking at the IM box for you, and your WhatsApp messages that we are sending to you are also not read. So you must work with us here in order for us to cooperate, please.
Councillor McCarthy, thank you very much for that comment. But the point is this, that I did say we cannot conduct a meeting via the IM box. Okay, so if the mayor would like to respond, I will let him respond. The vote is taken, so it's post facto. But if the mayor would like to respond, please do so.
Can you then alert us? How do we then proceed in future items? If we want to alert you and get your attention in asking questions of clarity at the end of the debate, which is allowed in a council, how do we do that if you're not looking at the IM box? Must you just shout?
Councillor, there is too much traffic in the IM box. So I would suggest that you raise it. If you have a point of clarity, you can raise it with Rihanna. And your message on WhatsApp, which you alluded to, has not arrived. So I'm sure that there might be a bit of traffic problem there too. But let's move on. The mayor can answer the question.
Speaker.
Thank
Mr. Mayor.
Speaker.
No more speakers now. No more speakers now. The mayor is going to respond.
Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
Can you
Speaker.
can you please keep quiet? The mayor is speaking.
You have the whip of the ANC. She asked nicely, and I'm asking nicely as the Speaker.
Councillor Dambuza, this is why we have programming meetings and this is why we have speaker meetings, is to get these issues on the table and sorted out beforehand. You can't come and interrupt a meeting which is on a time frame with issues that are ordinarily dealt with at the other two meetings. Now, please, the Mayor is now going to speak. Will you please mute yourself? Thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Speaker.
Speaker. I seem to have contributed.
The fact that it's seen is a problem on its own.
Okay.
All I'm asking for.
Mayor, please.
Thank you very much.
Why did you remove Bazi Dambuza now, Speaker?
Speaker.
Madam
Speaker.
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 Councillors.
Points of order. I seem to have contributed to the disorder, Speaker, by commenting in the IM box. So I apologize for that and will not do it again. But I just want to point out there was no question from Councillor Sotashe. But let me just deal with it quickly by saying, as I can tell, the split only requires the...
Councillors, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillors,
please bring back Bazi Dambuza. You cannot... Speaker.
If you do not behave, then I'm going to evict you from the meeting.
Unmute,
You're in the
Councillor
chamber.
Dambuza.
Can you please behave? This is very bad manners, and I'm astounded that you haven't read the code of conduct or the rules. So I'm going to ask you to please keep quiet so that the Mayor can answer the question. No, I am not allowing you to continually interject. The Mayor is answering the question. Please cut that gentleman who's asking. All right, Mr. Mayor, please continue. I'm sorry for the rudeness.
No problem. As I said, I may have not been very helpful by commenting in the iron box, but there was no question there. That's all I wanted to say. Anyway, but the question is easy. On the macro structural change, there is literally the creation of one new position. That is it. So there's a very, very tiny financial implication. There are obviously micro changes that go along with that, but the micro changes are not up for debate or discussion in this item, and in fact they're not council's. That's done by the administration at a later stage, and the microstructure will align with the macrostructure we're approving today, and which will focus on the delivery instructions and the delivery program that we have set. And that will all be set out in the adjustments budget, which we are doing in January. So all of the detail of the micro structure will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7. And if we look at the speaker
Can I get clarity, please, Speaker?
No, I'm moving on now to item 7. Councillor Fasahi, please.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to all the colleagues again. Speaker, the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 makes provision for the establishment of committees in terms of Section 79 and 80 of the Act. The list of proposed Section 79 and 80 committees with their chairpersons are as follows. Committee Corporate Services with Chairperson Councillor Fabian Assing. Committee Community Services and Health with Chairperson Councillor Renal Viljoen. Committee Economic Growth with Chairperson Alderman Clive Justice. Committee Energy, Chairperson Councillor Zimkita Silelo. Committee Finance with Chairperson Alderman Johan van der Merwe. Committee Future Planning and Resilience with Chairperson Councillor Kyle Coles. Committee Human Settlements with Chairperson Councillor Andan Nchodo. Committee Safety and Security with Councillor Nzavaki Nkavashi. Committee Spatial Planning and Environment with Chairperson Councillor Aslam Kasim. Committee Urban Mobility with Chairperson Councillor Mikhail Manuel.
Speaker.
Committee Water and Sanitation.
There is a speaker on the floor. Will you keep quiet until she's finished? Carry on, Councillor Fasahi.
Speaker.
With Chairperson Alderman Ian Nielsen. Committee Urban Waste Management with Chairperson Councillor Brenda Hansen. Committee Innovation of Ease of Doing Business with Chairperson Councillor Il Anstey. Additional Section 79 committees will be
Speaker.
Committee Rules and Ethics with Chairperson Councillor Paul Swart,
Speaker,
and
we are-
Committee Municipal Public Accounts, where the Chairperson will still be announced at a later meeting. Speaker, the proposed Section 80 committees, committee name, Water Resilience Advisory Committee. The Chairperson will still be appointed by the Executive Mayor. Committees to be established in the Schedule 7 Councillors Code of Conduct, Disciplinary Committee, and the Chairperson will also be still announced at a later meeting or at the next council meeting. And then the General Appeals Committee, Speaker, which you will be the Chairperson of. Speaker, we wish the councillors, the council and the members of the committees well, and I know that they will do their best to serve the people of Cape Town with integrity, responsibility, and that they will always strive for excellence. The membership of these committees, Speaker, will be tabled at our first council meeting in the new year. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you very much. Are you in agreement with the recommendations on page 29 to 30? All right, if there's no comments, then we move those recommendations. Item 9. The recommendation is on page 62, and I would like to ask Councillor Badela to speak. Councillor Badela, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
You're audible, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Miss Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker. This morning we are required to consider to approve by the Council an item of Section 33 of the Municipality Financial Act of 56/2003 for conclusion beyond contract period. In Committee BAC awarded the tender 23/4C 2000-2001 contract design and constructed IRT Phase 2A infrastructure for the period not exceeding 10 years. The officials are requesting approval that this contract is to be extended, estimated amount of 36 million. This price includes contingency plan and the VAT, and the mayor has approved. As an ANC, we are aware of the legal compliance of this contract in terms of Section 33. However, report progress must be forthcoming to the council meeting biannually to monitor the progress and also to quell any further delays in underspending. The ANC support the projects to continue as it speaks to the majority destitute who spend almost their 70% salaries on traveling expenses. We therefore, as an ANC, support the request of Section 33. However, Mr. Speaker, we don't want this to continue perpetually without us monitoring. We therefore request, Madam Speaker, that the report must come biannually to Council so that we can see the progress on this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Investments in the transport infrastructure in the city is key and always beneficial to the poor and the working class. However, it draws concern that the awarded bidder in the application submitted to the city, despite claiming decades of experience, does not have detailed references of projects claimed to be done under a section of a very crucial and essential part of this project, which is landscape architect on page 189. The same is seen on page 190 and page 186 when asked for experience in professional town planning and structural engineering. The bidder submits that he has experience but has no references or information on the work done and notes down on each block and page to be confirmed. This draws concern to previous city projects which was put on hold or delayed due to poor experience or corruption in the industry. The tender process is inherently a corrupt process and is designed to ensure that the politics of patronage is maintained. These tenders ensure the domination of established white-owned businesses like the awarded bidder in this matter, Thing JV, a joint venture between majority white-owned companies. The EFF calls for the development of capacity to construct these bus stations and the abolishment of all tender processes. This is an ideal opportunity for the city to create sustainable jobs by insourcing the capacity to build projects like the one in question. We should build our own capacity and employ town planners, designers that will reimagine the future city that will be inclusive for all its people, and not just in terms of spatial planning, but also in terms of job opportunities. We therefore reaffirm our position that the only way to secure long-lasting prosperity for all Cape Townians is through land and jobs, Manje. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quintus, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Going too fast.
Yes, carry on.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I welcome the comments by Councillor Badela. I couldn't agree more that this critical and crucial project, which is the Phase 2A My City rollout, which will connect the Cape Town CBD via Claremont and Wynberg all the way through to Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha, is critical for those who are needing affordable, safe and reliable public transport, especially in light of the collapse of the rail system. So, Councillor Batala, through you, Madam Speaker, I can confirm in a meeting held with the Mayor yesterday that we will be meeting on a regular workshop on this every 2 months, and there will certainly be progress reports provided to the PC.
You can't act as if nothing happened. Can you please bring back Councillor of the EFF, please?
Councillor, if you interject again, I'll remove you. Can you carry on, please, Councillor Quintus?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor.
So, Madam Speaker, so the item I see is largely supported by the ANC and other parties who have not decided to comment on it. I can't speak to Councillor Kasim of the EFF's allegations around tender patronage. I think there might be more insider knowledge for those who have worked in the Limpopo area in terms of the party that she represents. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, this is a win for Cape Town. It's a win for its residents, and some of its less affluent residents who are now going to be able to access work opportunities and along that entire line. So we will monitor it, and it was certainly something that we will keep a hand on. It is a catalytic project that is going to be one of the largest areas of focus for my 5 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we move into the recommendation on page 62. Are we all in agreement? Can we then move the recommendation?
Speaker.
Councillors, I want to...
The EFF councillors.
Is the councillor going to abide by the rules of order? Because I'm not going to have the meeting...
You can't act as if nothing happened, Speaker. Please.
But we have been abiding by the rules. We have been abiding by the rules.
Charity, Madam Speaker.
Interjecting like this is not actually good behavior.
You are the one.
All right. So I will bring him back. I will bring him back. But if there's any more interjecting, I will again have to remove him, unfortunately. All right? Because for the rest of the people deserve to have a decent meeting.
Bring them now, because they are getting
all right,
left.
Moving on.
Councillor Badela, I've requested for clarity, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Badela, what was your point of clarity?
I wanted to check, I agree with the chairperson, with the other speaker. I wanted to check how often will the councillor see the monitoring. I understand he said the portfolio will be able to monitor. But I wanted to check how often would be the councillor being taken through by the report on the progress.
Councillor, you're on that portfolio. You were on that portfolio committee. You know that we report quarterly, but I mean we can report more often if necessary. But that is the standard. It's quarterly.
Madam Speaker, if I may.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor, we will be meeting as a task team every 2 months on that, and I'm more than happy for the minutes and status of the project at those meetings to be made available for not only for the PC, as opposed to quarterly, it'll be every 2 months, but they can also be accessed at any stage for interest. It is unfortunately not up to me to set the agenda items of council. However, if it is included by the speaker as an item, we can certainly have some form of communication every 2 months around this.
All right.
You.
So there's your commitment, Councillor Badela. We're going
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
For you, no problem. I'm going to move the recommendation, and we are going on to item 13. And the recommendation is on page 379. And I'm going to ask Councillor Nutshunchi to start, please.
Am I audible?
You're audible, yes, please carry on.
Thank you. It seems the city we claim we're trying to build continues to be a tale of two cities, where the taxpayers' monies and the city continues to work for those living on the advantage side of the working class. The reasoning for spending 2 million over 3 years on a period of 6 days in a year is said to bring an estimated 60,000 jobs, which given the days of the event one can hardly call job creation, as there is no evidence of sustainability on those jobs. The evidence that the sports and recreation continues to have major impact on social development and impacts positively on health, education, human social capital, and especially the youth definitely speaks to a different kind of youth, let alone class, as in our schools, our neighborhoods, our communities, our recreational centers, community sports fields, and even our school sports field, they lack the very equipment needed to promote the above and to lure the youth the youth that is facing drug and alcohol challenges, which may get worse should the Minister of Education succeed in getting alcohol to be sold in our schools for fundraising purposes, as students watch those who are supposedly the exemplary people disintegrate in front of them. Therefore, the EFF rejects the sponsoring of the golf event and feels that 2 million could be of far better use invested in our community centers, even putting up rehab centers in our communities, which we are in need of, and even assisting the NGOs in our communities in funding to keep running the programs of HIV and GBV, which seems to have received a far less attention since the dawn of the pandemic. It is, if not for the above, at least we could use the 2 million to invest the sub-councils proposed to be done away with to maintain their day-to-day runnings, as this would alleviate the amount of pressure of having less sub-councils in our communities servicing more overpopulated wards in better output of the service delivery. Not to mention, some of the very countries we will be hosting are refusing to open their doors to us as a country, as we happily accept them in the name of boosting tourism. And also, just to mention as well,
Councillor Sampson.
Good morning. Am I audible?
You're audible. Carry on.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, all councillors. Speaker, we as the Patriotic Alliance, we reject this proposal, and we are asking that council should not even consider this proposal of spending 6 million rand over 3 years on a sporting event such as the Cape Town PGA. The Cape Town PGA in itself is a very expensive event, so to say, and it's self-sufficient. It can sponsor itself. The question remains, however, Madam Speaker, who will benefit from this event? Will the poorest of the poor in the city of Cape Town really benefit from this event, or who will benefit? Which brings me to the following point. I want to use one example, of which there is many. We have LFA, Local Football Association in Mitchells Plain, which have over 10,000 members. Over 10,000 members, Madam Speaker. The last time they received funding from the city was 3 years ago in the amount of 50,000 rand. 50,000 rand in the form of facilities, which is toilets and other facilities. They host the annual event, the under 6 and under 10 tournament. And this is the type of money that can be spent on our local sporting coach. I also want to raise another point, Madam Speaker. We have NGOs and NPOs that run these sporting events in our local communities on the Cape Flats. One of them being Unchain the Plane, just to use one example. And they need to forever go for funding to private funding when the money is readily available within the city. I want to use another example, Madam Speaker, why I say it should be rejected. Strandfontein, if we go back to last year, April, during COVID, where they used Strandfontein as a concentration camp for our homeless people, where the city spent over 44 million rand on tents alone, and it was a waste Madam Speaker, Strandfontein sporting grounds at this present moment hasn't been touched. It hasn't been upgraded. There's no improvement whatsoever. So, Madam Speaker, this type of money can be used in our local communities, at our local sporting fields, and at our local sporting codes. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this funding of 2 million rand over 3 years can certainly be used on the Cape Flats and other poorer communities, because surely this kind of money, spending it on a golf tournament, will not benefit the poorest of the poor in the city of Cape Town. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman J.P. Smith.
Speaker, thank you very much. The formal events which are closely linked to the critical role tourism plays in our city have suffered much during COVID and the sometimes irrational lockdown regulation. These events and Forum Office have also worked very hard with the sectors to allow them to resume as quickly as possible.
Madam Speaker.
We've put in place processes to make sure that this is possible to happen. And so they've gotten started early, and this will go a long way to save the 50,000 jobs that depend on these sectors. Jobs that are helped.
Madam Speaker, can I be noted?
This has also included implementing the request.
Madam Speaker, can I be noted, please?
Closures.
No, you can wait until we've finished with the speaker. Please refrain from interjecting.
Thank you, Speaker. This has included implementing the request by Mayor to achieve the street closures in response to requests from that business community. And that also implements the strategy that the Good Hope Sub-Council worked on for more than a year. This activation strategy under the chairpersonship of Alderman Kempthorne and the Ward Councillor Ian McMahon and other predecessors there. As the Mayor suggested and other colleagues referenced, we've had street closures in communities across the city from Langa to Obs and previously even in AZ Berman Road and Mitchells Plain. And we're very proud to annually support festivals like the Mitchells Plain Festival and others. We support event applications because, Speaker, they empower communities, create social cohesion, and they stimulate business. And we will support all events applications from organizers that achieve this. So absolutely bring them on. We are glad to fund all events applications, but they have to be submitted to start the process, and there is budget. It's not either or, this or that event. There is room for both. All of this, of course, depends on the lockdown limitations imposed by national government being lifted. And Speaker, with an eye on this issue, the goal of multi-year agreements is for major events to allow the events organizers to plan predictably into the future, so that we can create more jobs, bring more visitors, create more destination marketing for tourism. Among the multi-year events we've supported are the Malay Choirs, Board Road March at St. Worcesterfeest, the Jive Funny Festival, DSTV Mitchells Plain Festival, Africa Travel Week, the Minstrels Carnival Road March, the Cape Town Carnival, last night of the Proms, the Cape Town Jazz Festival, the Cycle Tour, the HBO Rugby Sevens, Cape Absa Epic, and the Cape Town Open, the Investec Women's Open. So the Cape Town Open has been one of the mainstays of the city's annual events calendar for the last decade, a very popular golfing tournament. We've supported it since 2013. It contributes massively to our economy through tourism spend by visiting delegations, the players and their families. The event has provided a platform, Speaker, for amateur golfers to cut their teeth in the big league and get a feel of what it's like to play on the international stage and develop their game. And the Open has contributed immensely to raising the level of grassroots golf with developmental programs and coaching clinics, which has brought the game and has included and reached out to kids in Athlone, Belhar, Belleville, Bridgetown, Grassy Park, Guguletu, Q-Town, Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, and in 20. Speaker, there were 156 entries. We had over 300 visitors directly related. 167 million people watched the game in 22 countries. That is destination marketing, which we absolutely cannot pay for. It's over 41 million rands worth of marketing of our tourism industry that supports over 200,000 jobs in our city. So this multi-year agreement, Speaker, is absolutely the interest of the broader Cape Town and showcases what we have to offer. And I therefore support the recommendation that we fund this 3-year agreement until the 23-24 financial year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we have the recommendation is on page 379. The EFF and the PA are against this. Are there any other parties against this recommendation?
The PAC is against.
The PAC is against. Thank you.
The CCC is against it.
The CCC is against. Thank you.
Al Jamaa is against, Speaker.
Al Jamaa is against.
ARA is against, Speaker.
ARA, okay, thank you. Any others?
AIC is against, Speaker.
CIP.
AIC.
AIC.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's just go through the list so that there can be no misunderstanding. The ANC is in favor. The DA is in favor. The ARA is against. The ACDP in favor. AIC in favor. No, against. Against, sorry. Al-Jamar is against. The CCC is against. The CIP in favor.
CIP in favor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. CMC?
In favor.
Thank you. Then the EFF is against. The Freedom Front Plus? In favor? Thank you.
Favor.
Thank you. Good. All right. I don't know what that was, but let's say unless you indicate otherwise, you're in favor.
Yes, we're in favor. Sorry, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. The PA is against. The PAC is against. The UDM in favor.
Correct.
Thank you. And the UIM in favor.
In favor, Madam.
All right, then the motion is carried. Thank you very much. We're moving then on to item 14. Item 14 is a recommendation on page 389. And I can ask Councillor Stuurman to please proceed.
Enkosi kakhulu Somlomo. Singumbutho we-EFF asixhasi ukunikezelwa kwalomhlaba konke konke. Ngoba thina singumbutho we-EFF sithi umhlaba mawunikezelwe ebantwini ngaphandle kwembuyekezo. Now thina into esichasayo njengombutho we-EFF into yokokuba lo mhlaba mawunikezelwe koosomashishini abasakhasayo.
Councillor, can I ask that the interpreter gets an opportunity, sorry to interrupt you, to catch up with you at an appropriate place?
Okay, Speaker.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, all councillors and all officers. We as the EFF, we do not support this initiative. Our standpoint still stands that all open spaces which belong to the people should be appropriated unto them without compensation. We also do support that the small businesses should be given an opportunity to do their daily operations in terms of getting the necessary assistance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Force, Alderman Force.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This transaction speaks to our smart real estate objective to make land available for economic activity that unlocks value and benefit.
Speaker.
Could you please wait until the speaker is finished?
Yeah, but Speaker,
the speaker is on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker. The Speaker of the EFF was not done speaking.
Sorry, I apologize. You're quite right. Sorry. Okay, carry on, Councillor.
You're not giving us a chance to talk to you. We are trying to assist you.
Thank you for that consideration. Councillor Stuurman, continue.
Singumbutho we-EFF sithi lo mhlaba mawunikwe osomabhizinisi abasakhulayo abasekuhlaleni kuwo umhlaba wase-Atlantis. Singumbutho we-EFF asihambisani nokokuba lo mhlaba unikezelwe koosomabhizinisi asele betyebile. Ngoko ke sithi ke lo mhlaba asikuxhasi okokuba unikezelwe koosomabhizinisi asele befumile.
We as the EFF, we reject the fact that this land should be given to businesses who are already in operation, who are already rich and who are already having it all. We only support that this piece of land should be given to the upcoming businesses, small businesses within the area of Atlantis. And that is the purpose for us not to support this proposed transfer of this vacant area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stearman. Are you finished? All right. Councillor, are we going to take the EFF's vote against all the property items, or are we going to speak to them all? All right, while they decide, can we have Alderman Vos, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This transaction speaks to our smart real estate objective to make land available for economic activity that unlocks value and benefit for economic growth. An application was received from the Atlantis Property Development to purchase the property. They wish now to expand their business operations that will see more jobs created and also a further investment into economic activity on this particular site. The property was offered for sale. No alternative proposals were received. From our perspective, this transaction is welcomed with open seas, job creation, skills transfer, and compliant innovation to use public land to support growth industries so that ultimately we can use our land to create more jobs and business expansion and see land as a way to spur further economic growth in an area which is desperate for further economic participation. So from the DA's perspective, we fully support, and I have pleasure then to move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The EFF is voting against this item. Are there any other parties voting against this item?
The CCC votes against this item.
Thank you.
The PAC vote against this.
PAC, CCC, any others?
Alderman against, Speaker.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus?
Support.
Thank you. If there are no others that are against the item, then we're moving the recommendation with the majority. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 16. Councillor Lombi.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I must just go to the point. As an ANC, we are supporting the item with an understanding that this item is a victory for those who are going to get the opportunity for housing. However, there are 2 points that we want to put on your attention. We have a concern that the report on page 468 states no proper consultation was conducted with adjacent residents of Garden City. When do you plan to consult or at least inform them? Are you aware about the illegal sand mining that is taking place on ERF1? As an ANC, we are aware and we have a concern about the consultation of that community. If yes, can you explain in this full sitting council which processes the city follows and which platform has been that advertised? And when EAI was done, if none, what step do you plan to take? Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this proposed closure is a statutory process now for the public place and road closure process to commence. So now with the proposed usage being residential and public place, it will then follow a re-layout of the previous subdivision, which will now determine the extent. And in the body of the report, you'll see the factors motivating the recommendation that it will be used now for much needed residential opportunities. And I think in the report as well, you'll see most of those things being addressed, where it now is the intention to form part of the previous approval, but that the actual decision is now correctly framed to include the correctly required amendment of the general plan. So the street names that were not previously approved for the proposed development will now be included. and the general layout plan as a result of the public place closure will now happen, and this will also trigger the amendment of a subdivision plan as a result of the street names being introduced. So there's a number of departments that are involved, and all of those processes will now commence, because this report recommends to Council now for the proposed closure, which will now trigger all of the issues that the previous speaker has alluded to. And again, I just want to reiterate that point around this release of land for development, which underpins so many of our elements of economic recovery, as it creates jobs through the construction and much needed housing opportunities. And of course, the notice of the proposed closure of the public places was published in the Cape Argus and Die Burger, as well as all of the surrounding property owners were also informed. In fact, no notice was then served on individual property owners, because it is, as all of the surrounding properties are city owned. So I just wanted to reiterate that particular point. So Madam Speaker, I then therefore move the recommendations for the report C16. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Clarity, Speaker.
Clarity, a point of clarity, Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, clarity to Councillor Alderman Foss, Speaker. I do take his point in terms of the adjacent properties that belong to the city. However, does he not think that it is just human cause or good practice and leadership by the city to at least alert those residents? The second one, Speaker, normally when street names are advertised and the process are unfolding before the streets are named, my experience is that it's going through sub-councils. With us now only going to establish sub-councils in February, is that process going to wait for then, or what do the city plan on doing to at least have an input from the community in terms of the names of the street, unless I have missed that already there was a process because I was not in that sub-council before. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Alderman Foss, can you respond to that? But I think that in any event, it has to wait for the sub-councils to be done properly. Councillor Foss?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So that certainly forms now part of the planning process that will follow. And in the absence of sub-councils, the ward councillor will be notified, the sub-council manager. So there will be some part of the process involving the sub-councils processes, for example, the sub-council manager, ward councillor, and all other interested and affected parties. But the main part here that is of importance is that the planning process will now unfold, which will cover all of those issues that the councillor is raising. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the recommendation.
Can I be allowed a last one, Speaker, please?
Yes, Councillor Haynes. I
don't want to belabor the point. The Alderman Foss has not responded to the question from the ward councillor in terms of the illegal sand mining taking place on F1, which in our understanding is part of the planning of the development. Can we please have a response on that?
Councillor Haynes, that's a planning issue, and I don't know that it's part of this property item. But if Alderman Foss has a response, otherwise we'll take it up separately.
Madam Speaker, you're quite correct. That's part of the planning process, and it doesn't fall within the ambit of this transaction being dealt with as we see it. So planning will address all of that with the various line functions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Then the recommendation on page 464, the ANC support the EFF. Are you in favor or you against this item? All right. If there's no response, there you are.
Yeah, the EFF is not against the item.
You're not against the item. Okay, then I can ask whether if there's anyone else that is against the item. Otherwise, we can move the recommendation. Thank you. Then it's unanimous. Moving on then to item 17. We have a recommendation on page 474, and I have Councillor McQueen. Is that correct? Councillor Haynes, is Councillor McQueen on? Okay, thank you. Is he there?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it perturbs me that while still trying to redress the injustices of apartheid and colonialism that subjected people of color to an appalling special planning by the then government, the city of Cape Town is hell-bent on maintaining the status quo, where our communities of Khayelitsha and Mitchells Plain continue to be dormitories where people are use exorbitant amounts of money to go to work and school. We want to be closer to the city center, closer to economic activities where our people will work, study, play, and sleep. Continuous building of houses for people of color in the periphery of the city will not assist us in trying to redress the effects of colonial apartheid rule. If the city continues to identify land in the townships for residential use only and not for industrial use, when is the city of Cape Town going to address these townships, which are poverty traps for our people? Seeing that a lot of vacant land in our area has been occupied under the watch and at full glare of the city of Cape Town, we believe that this was deliberate from the city of Cape Town, as they don't care about development in our communities. Even this land that the city is referring to here is occupied. They want to put resources into their legal firms, which are their cash cows, to fight these occupants through legal battles and cashing in on money in the process. This vacant land is one of many that the city has left undeveloped for ages. And when people occupy it, they start to say there is money to develop the land. Why wait for the land to be occupied for you to say there is money to develop it? We support the closure of land if really it is going to be developed and give 466 housing opportunities for our people in Khayelitsha. So we support it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alderman Force.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you look at our disposals thus far, and if you also consider the last 4 reports at council meetings, specifically relating now to Khayelitsha, they were all business transactions. And it also shows this administration's obsession to get the best economic and social value of our land. And therefore, the report is now addressing the closure of public places, and it will be consolidated with the abutting land to be re-subdivided to provide housing opportunities for the informal structures currently occupying the land. I move the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then we have the recommendation on page 474. Are we all in favour?
In favour.
Thank you. Then we move on to item 18, and we have Councillor P. Boy.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Speaker and councillors. Speaker, EFF rejects the item of closing libraries. This item only speaks about jobs that are going to be saved and nothing about the children that were utilizing these libraries. Remember, Speaker, that in our areas, schools are overpopulated already, and those libraries was a sort of knowledge supplement to the kids. Closing them will mean taking away that contributes into their well-being. Therefore, it will be totally unfair if the city of Cape Town can just take the libraries without putting any alternative for those kids. Not only that, they will have to travel for knowledge, but it will endanger them. For what, Speaker? For trying to empower themselves. Speaker, it is not at all accepted. Our kids are already traveling to school due to the nearby schools that are fully packed. Therefore, you cannot take even libraries that are close to home without any alternative put in place, not even a mobile library. Speaker, EFF rejects the closing of libraries as it is not safe for our children to seek knowledge. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Tausa.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. Can my surname be corrected on the list of the speakers today? My surname is Tause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. On the issue of the libraries, of the closure of the libraries, before I start with my findings, I would like to put an emphasis on the libraries that are very important in our communities. My findings were that these libraries, the 3 libraries specifically that were mentioned, were rented out in the malls. That is why they were closed, is because of the high exorbitant amount of monies that are paid to these big property owners to enrich themselves. The funds were supposed to be used in renovating and securing the libraries. This has impacted very much on the community and the learners at large. This has added to learners who are solely dependent on these facilities to have no alternatives. Mine is just to say now that the Department of Safety and Security with libraries should have a common understanding in having this lots of funds that has gone out to improve those libraries and to those libraries that have been destroyed by the others were destroyed because people the thieves and all that is to go in and grab and do all that. That monies, those funds were supposed to assist in that, not to be rented out in malls. That is the reason that those libraries has been closed. Therefore, we as the ANC, we are clear that the funds has been wasted in that regard, which should be used in securing the city libraries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Viljoen.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity. A result from the impact of COVID on the economy and the subsequent revenue decline, the sustainability of the city requires urgent review, and Council has decided to focus on its core business and main mandates as its priority. While it's acknowledged that the city is also currently providing funding towards the rendering of unfunded or underfunded mandates, the continuation of this must be considered within the city is currently busy investigating how to best deal with the unfunded and underfunded mandates. Given the constraints, physical environment, as well as the level of services that can be delivered from the current operational services, and while consideration must be given to reducing the physical footprint, increasing emphasis has been placed on virtual and online services in an attempt to mitigate the impact of the envisaged reduction in the footprint. It is acknowledged that areas that are more affluent can be readily access these services as access to the required devices, and data is generally not an obstacle. Facilities provision standards is community libraries should be within 5 kilometers. That's within 80% of the community served living within 3 kilometers of a library. Regional libraries must be within 10 kilometers with at least 80% of the community living within 6 kilometers of the library. Therefore, the recommendations to Council is that the external lease for Tyger Valley Library not to be renewed, and that notice to be given according to the lessor by January 2022, and that the leases for Plumstead Library not be renewed upon expiry at the current of the current lease. The resources within these staff facilities, i.e. the staff, the collections, furniture and equipment, will be relocated to other libraries to maintain service levels for as long as possible.
Thank
the
you.
staff posts from these libraries will be ring-fenced, and the positions will be abolished via natural attrition. The operating budget
Conclude,
relocated, I'm almost done, to address, to identify shortfalls. We want to refer Crossroads Library and Pelican Park Library back, as we need to find innovative ways to keep them open. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 482. We have the EFF indicating they do not support, and I gather the ANC were not supporting. Are there any other parties that do not support this report?
Speaker? Speaker?
Who is that?
This is Alderman Sotashe.
Yes, Councillor.
We want to put on record that we do not support it. Don't say you gather. That is on record.
No, that's what I was waiting for. Thank you very much. And then it is a significant report, so I'm going to go through the list. The DA obviously in favor. ARA, yes?
Yeah, we don't support it.
All right, thank you. ACDP? Councillor Max?
Support.
Thank you. AIC?
Support, Speaker.
Thank you. Al Jamar?
Al Jamar do not support. Thank you.
Thank you. CCC?
Cannot support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. CIP? CMC?
Supports the report.
EFF, you're against. The Freedom Front Plus, you've already indicated. Good.
Madam Speaker, we're in support.
Thank you. The PA?
Not in support, Speaker.
Thank you. The PAC?
The PAC is not in support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. UDM?
We are support.
Thank you. The UIM?
Support.
Thank you. Then the motion is carried and the recommendation is approved. We move on to item 19, and this is a report with recommendations on page 517. And I'm going to ask that we have Councillor Kasim first, please.
Thank you. The EFF welcomes the informal trading permit relief for the period of Jan to June 2022, as this will ease the strain on informal traders who are still severely affected financially due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Informal traders is part of the solution for our people to put food on their tables. However, the EFF calls for an amendment of a lifetime of amnesty for informal traders because of the invaluable role that they play in our economy, and especially for the poor who can't afford to purchase from big retailers. Let's question why these informal traders are even paying a trading fee when we know very well that they are members of poor households whose businesses are strictly based on street vending and hawking, selling and providing small quantities of goods and services to earn a living to an undefined market, once again the poor. Let's instead work towards creating better trading environments for informal traders where we provide safer and better facilities. We also call on the city to protect the informal traders from daily harassment endured from law enforcement officials, like that of workers outside Promenade Mall in Mitchells Plain and in Gatesville, among others. Informal traders at Promenade Mall, who include women aged between 50 and 70, are constantly harassed with fines despite having permits, and were even 2 months ago thrown in the back of a van when they tried to protect their goods. Once again, the EFF not only calls for an amendment of a lifetime of amnesty for informal traders, but also for their protection, as they play a very important role in our economy by servicing the poor in Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richards.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Let it be noted that the Patriotic Alliance is not against the relief being provided by the city. However, we cannot ignore the reality of the difficulties faced by the informal traders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite this, there has been no TERFs relief or UIF for informal traders. The loss of income has brought the informal traders to their knees. Therefore, we would like to appeal to the city to extend the relief period from 6 months to a lifetime, giving them sufficient time to get back on their feet. We also would like to appeal to the city to make use of the 600 million put aside by the head of finance for social development to further the help and the relief of the informal traders and also better their conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Page.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cape Town's informal traders are part of a family and are also breadwinners in their homes. They also assist in creating jobs for the unemployment. The ACDP believes that the entire SME sector is the engine room for job opportunities and the solution to worsen unemployment levels, especially among the youth. We are all aware that many thousands of businesses have closed down since March 2020 due to the impact that COVID-19 has. We as the ACDP are in full support of the agenda item, which asks Council to approve an informal trading permit fee amnesty to activate informal traders for the first 6 months of 2022. If we say that we are a city making progress together, then we should definitely give this relief to our informal traders. However, the ACDP have some concern. In fact, we have 3 concerns. Number one, the COVID-19 pandemic hardship started in March 2020. With all its lockdowns restriction, it worsened the existing economic crisis we already face. So why is the administration coming to Council now for the first time almost 2 years later? The delay in offering bulk relief to all traders is far overdue. The report itself says, and I quote from the top of page 519, the city has been inundated with requests for informal trading permit fee relief by the informal trading sector. In the last number of months since the implementation of the COVID pandemic regulations, informal traders across the city have been raising concerns about the inability to pay their permit fees due to the negative impact of COVID-19 and subsequent restrictions. Secondly, we know that many traders have fallen away and are even now in arrears, and that all individuals, informal traders, can apply for a reduction or waiver for their monthly fees, yet less than 2% of the 4,000 traders actually applied. Was there any communication to all traders over the last 2 years confirming they had this option? My last question is the third concern we have, that we note that the comment from the Office of the Chief Finance Officer advising that the proposed relief cannot be applied retrospectively, but the ACDP wants to know for those traders who are in arrears, will their arrears be scrapped? Or will they still have to pay the arrears to the city in the near future? Since the report is silent, Madam Speaker, I wish to move an amendment to recommendation B in terms of Rule 24 by adding these words at the end of the sentence, and that all existing arrears accumulated since March 2020 be written off. Signed by myself and secondly, my colleague Councillor Marvin Christians. Thank you so much.
Councillor, your amendment has been through the legal compliance officers here and the legal department, and it is recorded as being legally non-compliant because of no financial assessment being undertaken to inform the decision, and also that compliance with the council approved credit control and debt management policy has not been determined. So we cannot take your amendment, but thank you anyway. We hear your sentiments.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Grantwig.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm just noting that there is another speaker from the IEC. Or should I go?
I don't have another speaker.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you.
Just hang on, Councillor.
Sorry.
Carry on, Councillor, sorry.
Can I go, Speaker?
There's a Councillor Ngumbalanga on the one list, but not on my list. No, it's not been an approved speaker. All right, we're moving on. Councillor Grantwig.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm very excited also with the comments made from the other colleagues. I think what is important for us to note that there has been there's been hardships across the last couple of months for traders, but I think what my new colleagues are not aware of, that the city has been involved in other types of relief for our informal traders. That's why I'm really excited that as a city we are able to roll out this additional benefit in assisting our informal traders. Speaker, this informal trading permit fee relief is our ongoing assistance, as we in the past also rolled out our humanitarian COVID relief, which has a monetary value, which allowed us to share with our traders bottles of sanitizers, which assisted them throughout this period. We've also shared some protective material. And this is but just showing that we haven't just started with this relief now. This is ongoing. And if you do the calculations, you'll find out there is quite a substantial amount in what we have been doing. In terms of what Councillor Kasim is saying, I think it's something that all of us in council needs to constantly advise traders to register with the City of Cape Town, so that they do not get harassed with trading permits that they've not registered with the city. And also to Councillor Richards, I do agree that we need to look at other ways of support, and in that regard, I think we also need the National Minister of Small Business to come on board to actually put some money into this, because it's not only the responsibility of the city. So I agree we need to look at other ways as well. And then to Councillor Page, yes, like I've indicated, we have not started now. It's an ongoing process, and I'm very excited that as a caring city, this is what we're going to do. And we're not going to stop. We're also going to look at other ways of assisting our informal traders and traders in general. But one of the things that we need to do is all of us encourage informal traders to actually abide by the law. They can't just trade anywhere, and when they do trade, they need to have the permits to actually do trading. Because if they have the permit to trade, they won't be harassed. If they trade at the right places, they won't be harassed. And I think it's all just all of us working together, because now that we're opening up our borders and we're attracting the tourists, we actually want our traders to benefit from this process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, the recommendations on page 517. Are we all in favor of the recommendation? All right, then we're moving on. Item 20. This one has recommendations on page 528. And I'm going to ask Councillor Haynes to start.
It's me. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, good afternoon, everybody. Speaker, the item in front of us today and the response from National Treasury is testimony that the ANC councillors were correct to oppose the item initially, and it's still not supporting it. We told you then you are putting the cart before the horse, and that the funds can be spent better somewhere else. We were told that we are politicking. You and the then ED Melissa Whitehead insisted on forging ahead. The response from the former acting ED, Mr. Sass, to Treasury bears testimony of your arrogance, thinking that the city of Cape Town is a country on its own in South Africa. The fact that there is a discussion at the national level, at the National Department of Transport, and a white paper on the devolution of functions of commuter rail to municipalities remains just that. We are concerned about the public statements made by the BACO member that the city is ready to take over rail services. He must please ask the officials who has given him reports to give him a correct report before he go out and mislead the public. We are supporting the recommendation, Speaker, and we do hope that the City of Cape Town is in future going to listen to other opposition parties you're wanting to go out and appoint a service provider to investigate whether it is going to be feasible. We warned you, as I said, we warned you once, we warned you twice, and now Treasury has told you it is not supposed to be happening. So, Speaker, we are supporting as an ANC the recommendation on page 28 or Kanya page 30 that the city is not going to go into a contract for 5 years or whatever years with GIPS to do a feasibility study. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you, Speaker. Good has supported the vast majority of items on the Council agenda today, but we cannot support the City of Cape Town abandoning the pursuit of the rail functions for the city. In the past, the City of Cape Town has bravely taken on the national government, fighting for the right to procure renewable energy and fighting to stop e-tolls in the Western Cape. In both cases here, these important battles have been won. And it's very disappointing that in this administration, they're backing away from the essential right for rail functions to be assigned to our city. Rail and bus networks need to work, and they must be integrated. It's the standard in most modern cities. Rail is the backbone of our public transport, and integrated public transport authorities are what we need to make cities work. If the rail doesn't work, our city won't work. It's just going to be congested, and the fast economic growth that the Mayor is talking about is forever going to be hampered by high travel costs and a congested traffic network. I encourage the DA to deliver on their promise of getting rail working. We know it's collapsing. You can see all the reports today. We just don't have time to wait. Just 2 months ago, the Mayor said the DA is intensifying its fight to take control of Cape Town's rail system, but today they are refusing to even get into the ring for that fight. And you lost the fight before even starting or even trying, and I'm concerned that this lack of courage and lack of vision is going to really damage the economy of the city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quintus.
Speaker, thank you so much. I think, one must actually applaud national government for having a wakey eggs and bakey realization recently that National Rail is collapsing, and it has collapsed under the ANC's watch, and that they're going to literally put their hands out for help from wherever it comes. And the City of Cape Town is right up there with our hand up saying we're willing to help sort out this nuclear mess that has affected commuters now for more than a decade. And we are going to step into the breach. So our reality, though, at the city is that we are a city of good governance. We're a city that respects the rule of law and compliance. And as such, the concerns raised by National Treasury, although in hindsight they may wish that they had not done so because we could have progressed a lot further by now, will, Madam Speaker, be obeyed in that we will terminate. We would like to ask Council to support the termination of this existing tender, and put this to bed. But I would like to mention to the Honourable Councillor Roundtree that the DA sleeps at night, and we have already been working on a revised tender which will meet the necessary terms of reference so as to not trigger any concerns from National Treasury. We will be able to hopefully go out with this feasibility study at half the price of the initial tender in July this year coming. So we are ready to step in, we're ready to help, and that is how we're going to help sort out rail. It cannot be that commuters are left stranded, commuters are left with tracks, trains with no tracks, or trains that are simply vandalized beyond usability. And all of this has collapsed under the watch, or maybe not watch at all, of the national government. So I would really like to implore the Council to support us dissolving this current tender, and I certainly hope that we will have the support of all parties, and it seems that we'll certainly have the support of the Good Party when we do come to Council with our new feasibility study that will be compliant and meet the appropriate terms of reference. Madam Speaker, I ask that we support the item before us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have recommendations on page 528. So can I ask if anyone's against this? I'm not quite sure whether Councillor Haynes was in favour of it or against it. Councillor Haynes, can you just please clarify?
The ANC wholeheartedly support the recommendation. What we are against is the City of Cape Town's plans that plan of getting a private company to do a feasibility study. But this item, in terms of withdrawing it, we are wholeheartedly supporting it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Then if there's no other parties against, can we move the recommendation?
The EFF is against.
EFF is against. Thank you.
ICDP is against it.
ACDP is against it. Any others?
The CCC is against it.
CCC is against it. All right. Thank you. Then we're moving on. The recommendation is carried. And we move then on to item 21. And this is also phase 2A, Councillor Badela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning we'll be expected to endorse proposed permanent and partial road closure to accommodate IRT Phase 2A, East Rang Road. The ANC is supporting the IRT Phase 2A. These routes will ease the... Am I audible, Mr. Speaker?
Carry on, please.
Okay, these routes will ease the burden of our commuters from all black communities who are living beyond their means due to spatial planning legacy that is perpetually affecting generation after generation and very difficult to make ends meet. We have read through the document and its annexures, observed that it is a legal compliance. We want to appeal to the City of Cape Town to reconsider doing again a proper public participation. Emails, newspaper, and flyers are not sufficient to reach all the residents who hardly have time to read newspapers as they are daily faced with the reality of abject hunger or poverty, with COVID-19 worsening already bad situation. Madam Speaker, allow me to take just one example out of the 6 identified due to time limits. 1. Full closure of avenue at intersection with Ems Drive, Nyanga. That reads, for example, it's one of the busy road taxi between Wynberg, Claremont, and Amapela between Philippi sides and Nyanga East are using that route. As we read the comments, it is mentioned those only 22 comments, only 22 comments, 19 objected, and there was no comment on the sides of Nyanga area. The residents of Mau Mau, who uses that route on daily basis to reach different destinations, we don't believe that they would have kept quiet when their front door will be permanently closed and expected to utilize the back door. We are making this point, Speaker, as this is the main road in this area that is affected, is used on daily basis by the taxi routes. On the Kavendegi Road, only one that has objected and was received, and the objector also raised a number of factors I can't go through. But, Madam Speaker, we as ANC, we are supporting and to express, however, unequivocally, we reject the non-public participation. We propose, therefore, the bid to redo the public participation.
Right.
Thank you.
Councillor Quintus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the Phase 2A is the largest public transport project of its kind in South Africa to be undertaken over the next several years. The importance, as certainly noted by Councillor Badela, is that it will service largely vulnerable communities who are in need of safe, reliable, and affordable public transport, so that they can access opportunities around the city by using a first-class rapid bus transport system, which is the MyCity. Madam Speaker, we will need to do the necessary work over time to ensure that the service runs and that we are able to reach all of our residents according to our milestones and timelines. Madam Speaker, if I may even just go back to the previous item, we are taking on the role of creating this simply because we need to step into the breach for a collapsed rail system, which should be, quite frankly, the primary choice of commuting for all residents. However, under national government, that has failed and fallen to pieces. So we are stepping in. We will certainly consult and engage further as we go along with this project. The public participation criterion have been met accordingly. And I ask that this council please support the recommendation for the proposed permanent and full and partial road closures to accommodate the IRT Phase 2A East Trunk route. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, the recommendation is on page 559. Those against it, who is that?
Councillor Makas.
Councillor Makas?
Yes, clarity to Councillor Quintus. Since Councillor Badela has mentioned that in the public participation for the road of Ems Drive, where 19 comments were received, is he saying that he's going to be allowing the public participation to be redone because it's not possible that only 19 people can comment, and if this was fairly done. And I'm asking this because I used to be the previous sub-council chair and I don't remember any of this public participation happening in that area.
Councillor Quintus, can you respond? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Makazi, thank you for that comment. I will have to look into that further to get an exact timeline of what and where was done in your sub-council. I can't speak to whether you were consulted or aware of what was happening in your sub-council, but we certainly will check and we will come back to you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so we have a recommendation on page 559.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Badela?
If you allow me, I just want to make mention that as ANC we support Phase 2A. We are sure of that. But we are requesting that let's reconsider public participation. We don't want to have any hindrance when we are developing. We agree that it's what we want. But let's reconsider public participation. Here we feel very strong. This is a poor public participation. A number of areas didn't even recommend. There are 6 roads identified, full-time closure and partially closure. If you say 22 out of those areas, that's poor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Your point is taken. So we have a recommendation on page 559. Those against the recommendation? All right, then can we move the recommendation? Thank you. Then we move on to the next item, which is volume 3, and it is item 24. And the first speaker on that item with the recommendation on page 50 is Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Speaker, I support the recommendations as set out on page 50 of volume 3, the granting of in principle approval, proposed transfer by public competition of city-owned land being vacant of 1955 Marlin Crescent. But I want to draw your attention to E and F on that page. It says, as part of the envisaged purpose, activities that will promote healthy and sustainable communities with a specific focus on social cohesion programs. And if comments received from the sub-council be noted. The comments of the sub-council was not adequately minuted, and I wish to share a summary of the content of the sub-council discussion. Sub-council 23 supported this item, but noted that IRF 1955 is adjacent to the Strandfontein Mosque, as you can see on page 71. The mosque have also shown interest in this vacant land for parking, as they have been struggling with parking for years. On Fridays and special days observed by our Muslim community, parking in Denige Avenue, where the mosque is situated, is a major problem and causes major traffic congestion. Our traffic department can confirm this. Furthermore, to this item, a church who inquired about another piece of vacant land opposite my office was referred to IRF 1955 by property management, hence my comments in the sub-council debate. In order to promote healthy and sustainable communities with a focus of social cohesion, we must also be mindful of practical challenges when considering the preferred bidder for IRF 1955 to avoid future conflict. Sub-council was not in support of putting a church next to a mosque, as it will create future conflict. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Imagine the church having a service or function with a 5-piece band and amplified sound. I know because I'm a worship leader in my church and we use that kind of instruments. While the prayers are in progress in the mosque, it's a recipe for conflict which we can avoid. This is the start of an open tender process where everybody who is interested in land for social benefits to the community can submit their application, and sub-council's comments, as I explained, needs to be taken in consideration.
Thank you. Conclude.
And I so move and support this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Majinga.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I hope the points raised by Councillor Jansen will be noted. I was thinking while he was talking that maybe the matter should be referred back, because now we are disadvantaging the mosque of not having that parking that they're looking for. Instead, we are going for a public participation, and the likelihood is that somebody with a deeper pocket will buy that piece of land, unless the mosque will be given a priority. And our position as the ANC, since its formation, we have been fighting for the people to enjoy dignity and equality, not based on race or humanity, but humanity.
Thank you.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Oh, you're just breathing. Okay, carry on.
So the administration under the new mayor, I hope is going to fight hard to ensure that people get access to the land irrespective of their color of their skin. We hope that the mayor would change his attitude on this matter of land, because it's clear he does not respect the right to dignity. We understand the city of Cape Town is captured by a wealthy minority, hence its interest is on whites only, and more important than those of the blacks. Hence the rejection of the proposal by the applicant in this property for the parking and for the fellowship. I understand the conflict of interest. The disposal of this property through public participation serve only the interest of the rich, and it means the wealthy would benefit at the expense of the poor majority. We are therefore, as the ANC, disagreeing with the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Voss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I listen to some of the previous speakers on the subject of land, it really worries me that they don't support the application of real estate to unlock the most pressing needs of a growing city, which is to make land part of our mission to stimulate supply and demand. And in this particular case, it is proposed that the subject property be put out to market via a competitive process for community purposes. In other words, early childhood development, care for the elderly. And this will not preclude a place of public worship, but a broader social use. So, Madam Chair, land is the most powerful instrument for reducing poverty and improving the quality of life for Cape Townians. And therefore, I wholeheartedly support this transaction, as it will certainly provide for social care in a community with many pressing needs. And it must be noted that the city shall dispose of this property at a discounted value because it is for social care purposes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Clarity, Madam Speaker.
Clarity?
Yes. I just want to get clarity from Alderman Voss on what he's saying, given the issues that were raised by Councillor Jansen. Is the Muslim community not community enough to get that space for parking?
Well, I think that Alderman Voss said there was a process now. And Alderman Voss, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Madam Speaker. No, I can't answer that question because, you know, the report is very clear. There are certain recommendations for us to now proceed to take the property out to market for community purposes, for the development of community purposes. That can be any place of worship, any organization who promotes social cohesion. And that could be religious, faith-based. I mean, the answer is there. So it's asked and answered.
All right.
I can add nothing but just to support this transaction to proceed now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 50. The ANC have indicated they're not in support. Are there any other parties against this item?
The CCC is not in support.
CCC is against it. Thank you.
The EFF abstains.
EFF abstains. Thank you. All right. Then the motion is carried. Thank you. We move on to item 25, and the recommendations are on page 84 and 85. And we have Councillor Cotti as the first speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. On this particular item, C25 relates to the Bellville Medical Campus. Speaker, the ANC do not agree with this item. Purely, there's a few contradictions in this report, Madam Speaker. One pertains to on page 84, it says no structures will be erected on the property. But on the following page, it says on K, the thoroughfare will be enclosed on both sides, and the erection of gates must be conformed to the requirements of the city, etc., etc. That is the one contradiction. The second contradiction, Speaker, relates to, again, on the page 84, on C, it says adjusted on the basis of 6% per annual increase, and then further down in the page, on page 98, it talks about 8% increase. Although we agree in terms of the income to the city of 500 Rand per month, the report doesn't say that it will be, this particular property of 101 square meters is a pavement area, Speaker. Pavement means that pedestrians are using this particular thoroughfare to get to the one place to another. It means that they need to divert their footing into a parking area where there will be cars in that particular parking area. And also it says also about the construction of the canopy, which is obviously above, but it will have impact in terms of the foot traffic, and obviously it will endanger the pedestrians if you want to enclose both sides with gates. So therefore, Speaker, we cannot agree with this particular item unless Alderman Voss can give us more clarity on this and these two contradictions in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Voss.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Firstly, we agree to blanket reduction from 8% to 6% for COVID relief. So it is the 6% that is applicable to this transaction. Gates are also not deemed to be a structure. And you'll see in the report that the Roads Department had no objection. So the Property Management Department relies heavily on the internal departments to provide comment and guidance. And if they're all satisfied, then we proceed with the transaction. And in this case, you'll see that Transport, or rather the Roads Department, had no objections. Gates is not seen as a structure, and Transport will certainly oversee to make sure that there's no hindrance. And then, as I've said, it is a 6% that we will apply because of the COVID relief that we have introduced in all of our property transactions. And so therefore, I move the recommendation for adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The recommendation is on pages 84 and 85. The ANC is not supporting this item. Other councillors, other parties, anyone else against the item?
EFF is against the item.
Thank you.
Al Jamal is against the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Al Jamal. All right, then we're moving on. Thank you. The next item is item 26 with a recommendation on pages 106 and 107. Councillor Nondwana? Or no, not one.
Great Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm Councillor Siviwe Nodliwa.
Nodiwa. Sorry,
Yes,
Councillor.
yes, Speaker. Speaker, this is a long outstanding matter that the people have made outcry that they must be given land to build houses. This is clearly articulated, amongst other things, in the Freedom Charter, which says that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. Such as, Madam Speaker, we support this item. We want you, the Council, the City of Cape Town, to take also this into consideration, that there is a piece of land which is owned by a farm adjacent to ERF20. The farm owner there has indicated that he is willing to give the land to the people so that they can build houses. It is for that reason, Speaker, that this matter is being supported by the ANC. I thank you, Speaker. That's our submission for the ANC.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Alderman Force?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to emphasize again that this DA-led city administration views land as critical to economic growth, and this transaction certainly speaks to creating jobs through construction and delivers housing opportunities, and therefore this property is proposed then for residential purposes. The public status of the property will be closed and the property will be rezoned to a suitable residential zoning prior to the commencement of a public competitive process. It gives me pleasure to move the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 106 and 107. Do we all agree with the recommendation?
Speaker,
Councillor?
the EFF rejects the willing buyer, willing seller process.
Thank you very much. We'll note that. All right, then having noted that, we're going to move the recommendation. We move to item C27, and the recommendations are on page 144, and Councillor Majinga. Oh, sorry, just Councillor Joel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I will not labour the meeting long. The item is to approve the in-principle granting of long-term rights for the use, control and or management of a portion of Earth 2188. Crucially, this is to be achieved via public competitive process, a prime indicator of a well-run city. The report requested that the Council endorse the process to ensure that the city seeks the highest rental for this property by putting it out to the open market. In addition to this, the lease will not only provide for additional income to the municipal entity, but it will also yield a percentage payment based on the annual gross turnover of the establishment. This item speaks directly to stimulating economic benefit to the city and to the municipal entity by ensuring that our city-owned assets are leveraged in the most sustainable and productive way. Unlike the ANC-run eThekwini, which is prepared to dish out their assets based on skin colour of the applicant, not on sound financial management principles, not on economic enhancement, not on ensuring the best returns to the residents of their cities, and most certainly not as part of an open opportunity model for all. I note that the ANC has decided not to speak on the item, perhaps as a conflict of their interest, as their leader, President Ramaphosa, directly benefited from the financial windfall from the business who has been leasing this prime land from the third party involved. That is up until he sold it. This item, Madam Speaker, is a positive one, an active, hands-on, well-run city, ensuring that city assets are leveraged in the best way possible for not only open access to opportunity, but ensuring the best return for the municipal entity. Madam Speaker, I move the item.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 144. Can we move the recommendation? Thank you. We're moving on then to item...
Speaker.
Councillor?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
The EFF rejects the willing buyer, willing seller, whether it's
note that.
Ramaphosa or it's Helen Zila, we reject it.
Thank you very much. We will note that. Thank you. So we move
Speaker.
on to.
Speaker.
Who is that?
PIC.
PIC, carry on.
Yes, man, Speaker. Speaker, I would like you to note this, and the council to note this. On this, all this land moving to the people, can you make sure that you note to all these people that are given this land, be it the businesses and so forth, when we take our land, we are going to take that land.
Thank you. We note that, Councillor. Thank you very much. So we will put that also in the minute. Then we move on to item 33, and this first speaker is Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Peter speaking. Yes. First of all, I want to correct the ward number as it's reflected on the agenda. It was Ward 92, but now it's Ward 94. Just want to correct that part, ne?
Thank you.
Yes, and then coming to the item on its own. On page 345, it is stipulated that the strategic intent on the Cape Town Special Development Plan as proposed that it's a commercial development intentions that the council seeks to approve. As the sub-council in the previous year, we agreed that this piece of land can be transferred as we want to promote economic development in the area. As the item is here today for City Council approval, as the sub-council already discussed and agreed on the matter at hand, since it's going to stimulate business opportunities and economic stimulus. Also, it will release the burden from the municipality in terms of maintenance and basic services. As we speak currently, the piece of land is full of trash. It needs to be cleared, and it's in the eye of a scenic route as you enter Khayelitsha from the Spine Road side out to the N29 side. So we would be very happy if we can get any investor who can come, who can invest, whether a local investor, to bring opportunities in the area, in the corner of Imakabeni Road and Spine Road. Currently, the corridor itself is in the Spine Road corridor for development of a business use. Then we're in support.
Thank you.
The piece of land can be transferred.
Thank you very much. Councillor Voss.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, this obviously is a very important transaction because it will now provide much needed commercial development opportunities in a very busy.
The audio was not clear, Speaker. Can we allow him to start from the beginning?
And therefore we move the recommendation so that the process can now be undertaken.
Alderman Voss, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat yourself quickly, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I've said, the transfer of 651 Khayelitsha.
Okay, the fact of the matter is we have a recommendation on page 341. The EFF is against the transaction. Are there any other parties against the transaction? Can we move the recommendation? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 34, and that's Councillor Cottee.
Madam Speaker, again. On item 34, that relates to the proposed granting of transfer of public competition at the Urban at number 35 Adam Tas Street in Bothaville. Again, the ANC is not in support of this item, Speaker. That particular urban can be used for social housing or housing opportunities instead of selling off the pieces of land. Speaker, let me also say to you that my interaction with some of the community members and neighbors adjacent to the site were not aware of the current developments proposed from the city side. Although they indicated previously there was a proposal to construct a private school on the site, which didn't happen. Speaker, let me also say to you that adjacent to the site there is also a dog park that was opened by Councillor Carstens. I think she will be speaking after me. Which in the last few years there were some constructions and expenses that the city did. In particular of putting up fences, trees that were put up there, tarred walkways that was put up, solar panels that were put up, and subsequently was also stolen recently. As we speak currently, there are also EPWP workers also on site. So I'm not sure how much money did we spend on these projects, but we are not in support of this piece of land to be put on public competition. Instead, the city can build social housing or RDP housing or BNG housing on this particular site. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carstens.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon. This item seeks approval for the transfer by public competition of a portion of Earth 8353 situated at 35 Adamtas Avenue, Boeresach, and for the rezoning and subdivision of the said property. I am happy that the current ward budget investment portion will be retained and further incorporated in the overall footprint and contribute to a community-focused area. The rezoning will allow the site to be used for potential educational and community facility purposes, and as there is currently a shortage of local facilities and development opportunities in the Boeresach area, this will add value and supplement the existing use and incorporate employment-generating activity. I therefore support the recommendations as set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are on page 391. Apart from the ANC, are there any others that are against the item?
Speaker.
The EFF, your comments are noted, yes?
Yes, if it's a willing buyer, willing seller, the EFF is against, and you are having councillors that are having audio problems, Speaker, so that you know that also.
Thank you. They need to go off and log on again. But all right, we'll get someone to explain. All right, then moving on. Is there any other party that's against? Councillor Roundtree?
Yeah, not in support of this disposal of this.
You're not? Okay. Thank you. You're not in support. Any others?
PAC is not in support.
PAC is not?
Al Jamaa is in support.
Al Jamaa is against?
Good.
Good is against. All right. Can we move on then with those votes recorded? Then the recommendation is carried on page 391. Thank you. We're moving on to item 35. Councillor Peter again.
Thank you, Speaker. On item 35, we are carrying on with the IDP strategic intent 2, which as well states and includes the special development framework. In the Khayelitsha special development framework, the Spine Road corridor is very essential, and seemingly this year Siyakuba. And I'm happy that we are receiving these items into the City of Cape Town's agenda that is discussed by the sub-council now. They are moving for implementation. We've been delayed in these items at some point, and I see that the department, the TOD now is releasing them, whilst those pieces of land were almost taken by the shack farming that is happening in the area. Fortunately, now we are moving, and the business people whom are intending to buy the land has tried to save that piece of land from shack farming. Now, as a ward councillor, I would love to support the item as it is on the agenda as reflected, because the ERF 45089 is meant for business purpose, and it also falls in Khayelitsha development framework in the area, in the industrial park site, in the Spine Road corridor. Furthermore, lastly, I want as well to again correct the Ward 92 as reflected, so that in these minutes it can be changed to Ward 94. It was in Ward 92, yes. Then the demarcation has changed to Ward 94. I so moved, Speaker. For
Thank
the
you
day, my items are through.
Thank you very much. All right. Councillor Foss?
Madam Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say it's interesting to note that when there's a property transaction in an ANC ward, the official opposition wholeheartedly supports, but when it's in a DA ward, there's a general objection. But to make it clear, we don't look at party affiliation. We look at land as a way to get the best economic and social value for the citizens of our city. And in this case, this transaction would certainly create much needed job and business opportunities for the local community. And so therefore, I move the recommendation that this transaction be agreed to, so that we can then transfer this site to the adjoining owner, so that it could be put to its highest and best use to help expand that business opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 439. The ANC supports it. Any parties against the recommendation? Apart from the EFF, which we will note your willing buyer, willing seller against.
Thank you, Speaker, on that.
All
and
right.
there is no shark farming here. Our people are occupying all land that is open. Thank you.
Thank you. We noticed. Thank you very much. Can we then move the recommendation with the EFF against?
The Speaker.
Yes.
The PS wanted to note this. We are against the exchange of money on the land.
Okay.
We don't sell the land.
All right. Thank you very much. We will note that too. All right. Then the recommendation is carried. Item 36. We have a recommendation on page 516, and Councillor Cotti first.
Speaker, not to waste time, we agree on the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. You also agree, so the recommendations on page 516. Is there anyone against this recommendation except the EFF, which we've already noted?
Agreed,
No?
Chair.
You
Culture
agree.
is not a jungle.
All right, we note that. Thank you very much. So the recommendation is carried. Item 38, the recommendations on page 573, and we have Councillor Duka first.
Thank you, Speaker. The item before us, which is C38, it is a city-owned land, and it is occupied by two churches. And these two churches have been there for almost 12 years. If these churches were never occupied this land, I am pretty sure that the land will have been invaded by the land grabs. It is recommended that they have protected the space without any basic services, such as electricity, water, and toilet from the municipality. Therefore, this recommendation of market rental of 1,800 should be reduced to 500, provided that the city install the necessity basic services, such as electricity, water, and toilet. The system of market rental is not the system of us in disadvantaged communities. It is the system of capitalist-orientated system. That system, its benefit only the capitalist system in capitalist society. It excludes the black community. I would also like to remind you, Speaker, that these churches are there there are some soup kitchens activities that providing food to our communities. How they are going to operate if they have paid the hefty price? That is so much, Speaker. Under this administrator, there is no fairness, and this government is lack of compassion for the low-income class.
Proposing is in fact an amendment, but we need it in writing and signed and seconded. So, and it must be relevant to the recommendation.
I'm proposing, Speaker, that they must reduce that 1,800 to 500 rands.
Okay, so we need that in writing and we need it seconded. So let's move. Are you seconding it? Okay. Well, we need it in writing. So I'm going to move on. If I don't get it shortly, I'm going to come back to this item. Otherwise, we're going to have to move the recommendation as is. Let's move then to item 38. Councillor Duka.
You're done with 38.
Oh, we've done. Well, that's okay. That's the one we're going to have to wait on. Councillor Alderman Voss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sticking to the recommendation as contained in the report because the MATR is national government dictate. So it states that it shall be market related. And the church has agreed to this amount because that is part of the negotiations. It's a proposed lease. So therefore, there are negotiations with all parties concerned. They've agreed. And therefore, we don't have within the lease option a reduction because it is part of the MATR that determines that is the route or the course of action that will be taken in this particular transaction. But as you can see from the report, it is now making sure that that there's a building plan that will be submitted and for the remainder of the activities and have been operating from the property for a number of years, etc. So the body of the report clearly outlines how we have arrived at this decision. So I'm moving the recommendation that is before council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duka, the legal advisor, in anticipation of your amendment arriving, the legal advisor has gone through it and it says it's also illegal because it doesn't comply with the MATR process. So unfortunately, we can't deal with your amendment. So now we have the substantive motion as put by Councillor Voss, and the recommendation is on page 573. Those that would like to vote against, please indicate. Mr. EFF, are we noting your... Yes.
Speaker, the EFF wants the church to have the land.
All right.
But it does not want the church to pay for the land. So we want that to be recorded properly.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll record it properly. Any other parties that wish to vote against it?
Speaker, as articulated by Councillor Duka, we will not vote in favor of the current recommendation.
Right. Thank you very much. So we have the EFF against and the ANC against. Are there any other parties against?
The PAC.
PAC?
Yeah.
All right. Then the motion is carried. The recommendation is carried. Thank you. We move on to item 39, which is a recommendation on page 605. And we have Councillor Wannenberg first, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm speaking to item C39. Good does not support the City of Cape Town disposing of this land to the open market. Like so many of our historic neighborhoods of Cape Town, Simonstown was for hundreds of years a mixed race, integrated town until the National Party evicted the people of color. The city has a chance, and we believe a moral duty, to reverse the work of the National Party and the panoramic injustice of its apartheid. The city should be consolidating these properties and releasing them for affordable housing, ideally for allocation to those families who were evicted from Simonstown in our lifetime. We believe that the land in question gives displaced communities like the former villages of Redhill an opportunity for restitutive justice. Good supports using public land for public good, and part of that good use would be to reverse the tragic legacy that the National Party has left us with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lalcock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the City of Cape Town is already doing what it can for restitution. I don't disagree with Councillor Wannenberg. The fact of the matter is this land must be made available for disposal before we can make it available to land restitution. But land restitution is not a City of Cape Town issue. It is a national government issue under the Land Claims. And Councillor Wannenberg should get her cronies in the ANC to do better than they're doing at the moment, because they're doing terribly badly. The city has already doing developing houses up in Dara Valley for land restitution. The city has given land in Cotton Street and those places to land restitution. Hospital Terrace is available for land restitution. The fact of the matter is the people who get it immediately sell the land and don't move in. It doesn't help me with the reintegration. But it's
I strongly disagree, Councillor, and I think you should go to your...
Excuse me, Councillor, stop.
I'm speaking.
Councillor.
So it's not a bad idea, though, and I have already raised it with the sub-council that this land could be made available to selected land restitution, but it's developed land, and no one's going to develop a whole thing. It's 5 houses that exist already that belong to the city, and they would be made available to selected people who were moved out of Ocean View. And how we do that is through land restitution and the
Councillor,
people logged their land claims with the land
Speaker,
court.
Speaker.
There is a speaker that has the floor.
So, yes, I move the motion, Speaker.
Thank you. All right, then we're going to take item 39, recommendation on page 605. Those against?
Speaker, may I comment on that statement?
No, you can't. No, Speaker.
No, you can't. We're in the voting process.
Who's the other speaker?
So we have a recommendation on page 605. The Good are not supporting it. The EFF, can we record your vote against?
Speaker.
Councillor Dambuza, yes.
Yes, Speaker. The EFF is against it.
Against. Thank you. We note that. Any other parties against?
Speaker, it's Councillor Wannenberg here. I just want to make sure that what I have read out and what I've said is noted in the minutes as I explained it.
Councillor, thank you. We do take minutes. All right. Then the recommendation, any other parties against? The PAC is against. Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried, and we move then on to item C40, and the recommendations are on page 640 and 641, and the first speaker is Councillor Cotti.
Madam Speaker, can you allow me to speak on item 40 and 41?
Consolidate, correct. That's very good of you. Thank you.
Okay. So, Speaker, we agree on the items 40 and 41, but we just want to raise one or two concerns. One, according to the neighbors in that particular street, the previous mayor and law enforcement visited the site during COVID because they raised concerns that there's an adjacent plot at number 137 Caledon Street, which is also vacant. It also belongs to the city and is currently being occupied by homeless people. And they erected the structure there, and the law enforcement failed the residents there to do the necessary actions, to take the necessary actions there. But then the reason why I'm saying that, Speaker, is that we cannot allow the officials or the administration to bring us these items on piecemeal basis, 1 year, 1 day. I think we should have some collective approach in terms of properties that are in the ward or in the sub-council in that vicinity. But we agree on the item, but we must also ask the officials to look into the item, to the property adjacent, number 137 Caledon Street, also to bring that to council as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we then have Councillor Janse van Rensburg?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. With reference, before I start, to the previous speaker, in actual fact, IRF or number 137 is also contained in these two items, 40 and 41 respectively. So yes, I agree. These the four urban proposed or that we seek approval to transfer via the competitive process is in the same vicinity. So I will speak to item 40. It seeks approval, like I said, to transfer to Irvin via competitive process. If this item is approved today, it will bring the residents in the immediate vicinity of the subject properties, namely IRF 2100 and IRF 2087, a step closer to seeing these currently vacant Irvin developed so that it matches their established properties and as such add value to this residential area home to the existing property owners. Sadly though, one of the residents, Mr. Creer, passed away before this item could serve before council today. It is however true that this well-run city of Cape Town, due processes are followed to ensure that we achieve win-win outcomes for all stakeholders. Due process included proper public participation. I'm not going to read from the report itself. I trust my fellow councillors have familiarised themselves with the content. I do, however, draw the council's attention to page 649 that contains the executive summary. It is clear from the report that these two Irvin currently serve no meaningful value-adding service. In fact, the city is burdened with its maintenance. Also, it is prone to like the previous speaker indicated, to people from the street dwellers, making themselves at home on these properties, and that leads to all sorts of challenges, which I want to add law enforcement is attending to in terms of what they are allowed in the current legal framework.
Thank you.
Should council approve the recommendation today, not only will the municipality be relieved of the maintenance burden, but the city will ensure that vacant land be developed to its highest and best use. In this case, given the location, residential usage. I therefore move the recommendation on page 657. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the recommendation. Are there any people against the recommendation? The EFF, should we note yours?
The EFF is against it.
Thank you. Any others against it?
The BAC is against it. The
PAC is against. Thank you. All right.
The CCC is against it.
The CCC is against it. All right. Thank you. Any others? Al Jamar? No, you're happy. All right. Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried, and we move on to item C44. And item C44 has a recommendation on page 825, and the first speaker there is Councillor Nodiwa.
Don Chikilelo. Don Chikilelo.
Councillor Laukok, please keep quiet.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to waste your time with this item. We recommend that. However, Madam Speaker, this item, we feel strong that there must be social housing there, in as much as the area is in Brackenfell. But our poor people should be accommodated in terms of housing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. No problem. Thank you very much, Councillor Twigg. Can we move adoption?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I should ask the councillor to, before he speaks, actually go and see where the place is before he makes a recommendation of social housing. It is in North Pine, and it is between other residential housing already. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're moving the recommendation on page
I know that area,
25. Thank you very much.
Clarity Speaker, to Councillor Alderman Twigg.
Haynes, yes.
Is Councillor Twigg saying since the portion of land is in between housing, it cannot be used for social housing, because social housing is also housing?
Councillor Twigg, have you got a response?
Madam Speaker, you can't actually build social. You can't actually build a lot of houses there. It's a plot between other houses, and that's why I requested the councillor to go and actually check where it is, because I think the expectation is that you're going to build 100 houses, which is impossible.
All right, thank you. We have a recommendation. Are there any parties against the recommendation?
Speaker, just a little bit of input to Councillor Twigg. We are not asking you to build 100 houses. We are asking for a symbolic gesture from the city that we are all about integration. That's all we're asking for.
Go and see where the place is before you speak.
Councillors, we've got the recommendation on the table. We're not going to entertain a debate now. We have Mr. Adams, Councillor Adams, do you want your vote recorded against or for? All right. The EFF will record your vote against, and then we will move the recommendation. Then we move on to item C45 with recommendations on page 849 and 850. And we have Councillor Kasim.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Yes.
So the development of the
Councillor,
it's to Councillor Kasim.
Yeah, it's the other one.
You can allow this one, Speaker. It's fine. Kasim, go.
Oh, you're not going to speak to it, Councillor?
No, don't worry. We'll speak after Councillor Kasim will speak, and then Councillor Kasim will speak.
I will decide who speaks, and the other councillor, your Councillor Kasim, will speak first. You want to take up that time?
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF is in support of the sale and transfer of the land in question to the Muslim Judicial Council. We know that the MJC will utilize it to the benefit of those in need, as they have been doing for many years. However, it must be noted and taken into consideration that it is unfair to ask and expect a hefty amount of over 23 million rand from a non-profit organization who is doing much to better the lives of the poor in the city. It is inconsiderate to put an NGO on the same level as that of big investors and developers when we know that before the MATR was established or changes were made which pushed up the cost and value of the land, that an agreement of only 2.3 million was agreed upon between this MJC and the city. The EFF calls for the cost to be lowered back to its original amount, or at least lowered from the proposed amount, as the MJC has been doing much work of the city through several community projects. This matter has been ongoing for over a decade, but the MJC continued to play a major role in the upliftment of those in need, especially during the pandemic, where they continue to take care of the vulnerable and the destitute. Organizations like the MJC needs every cent at their disposal to initiate sustainable projects in order to continue serving our communities, and by doing so, they are making things easier for the city. This land would have been given for free to the MJC if this was an EFF-led government who would have expropriated all land for equal distribution, because the intended use of the land in question is ultimately to benefit the poor. In conclusion, the EFF supports the sale and transfer of the land to that of the Muslim Judicial Council, but call for costs on it to be lowered. Thank you.
Can you councillors in the chamber please behave? Councillor Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Addressing the item C45 on today's agenda is with great concern. If we look at the initial application going back to 2004, we have witnessed that the organization ticked all the boxes. Namely, it registered as an organization for the underprivileged. The 2004 resolution was based on a particular development proposal, which included a commercial and social welfare component, encompassing poverty alleviation, social welfare development, a youth center, legal resources, family counseling, HIV counseling, a museum, and a community radio station. The transfer is in line with the strategic focus area and opportunity city as per the IDP. The transfer is also in line with priority 9 of the OTTP. Speaker, provincial and national treasury were all notified of the intention to transfer the property. No responses were received from either of the said structures. It is indeed in the interest of the state, and we support the transfer of the said property to the MJC, as it supports government social and community programs aimed at stimulating and accelerating investment in the underprivileged neighborhoods. It is in the interest of the local community to make the said property available, as it facilitates access to land ownership, which is of benefit to the greater community. A more stable community with fewer social problems will save the city's resources by requiring less intervention to curb antisocial behavior. This transfer will not be a disadvantage to the local community. It will in fact be in the interest, as the said land will be used for community and social purposes. The interest of the community takes precedence over that of an individual, in that the asset will be required to be used to serve the community in perpetuity. Speaker, looking at the above, where is Al Jamaa against the sale of the said land at this exorbitant price of 23.3 million? In the initial proposal, there were an agreement of 2.5 million. If you look at the said commercial piece of land, it is merely for the organization's self-sustainability, so that they don't need to go beg for handouts at the city, no provincial or national government. Speaker, in conclusion, let it be minuted that we as Al Jamaa are not against the sale of the land, as Councillor Yahya Adams will say. We support the sale of the transfer of the land to the MJC. We however respectfully request that the initial cost agreed to be honoured, or a cost substantially lower than that which is currently on offer. As our city has proved over the years to be a well-run city, I have to applaud the Honourable Councillor Mbandezi, our latest political head of finance. Speaker, is directed it is about 600 million to our most vulnerable and underprivileged. I ask you today with tears in my eyes, can't we offset the above amounts in the interest of our less fortunate? So thank you.
Councillor Kasim from the DA.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This development of this subject property for community and business purposes will create a very balanced between the urban development and environmental protection, and also as an opportunity city, stimulating economic benefit for the entire Cape Town. So it's confirmed that the MJC has met all the property management compliance requirements, including inter alia the tax clearance, updated municipal accounts as well. The portion for community purpose recommended to be sold at 25% of the market value. I will reiterate that, at 25% of the market value, subject obviously to the revisionary clause. So with bigger premises, the MJC will be able to continue and enhance the excellent work being done in the community. I know what they do. They do these pauper burials, educational development programs, the financial relief to various families, and also the active participation in supporting our governments in the time of COVID with COVID-19 protocols and programs as well, including the poverty alleviation programs and also the social development programs. This proposed transfer rather is not intended to generate any market-related return for the city. However, it's intended to generate a social return for the community. And therefore, I move this recommendation, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendations on page 849. Those in favour, those against the recommendation, please indicate. Can we move it then?
The Speaker.
I noticed the EFF supported it.
So, no, Speaker. The EFF supports that they get the land. And they were actually indicating that from the 23 million that was there to be dropped down to the 2.3 million that was the part. The position that the EFF is putting out is that they must get it for free.
Okay, so according to the MATR process, like the previous item, we can't do that. That's an illegal amendment.
It can't be illegal to give our people land for free.
So we'll note your vote against the sale of the land. Thank you. Then we're moving on.
CCC is against the sale of the land, Speaker.
The CCC is also against. And the PAC?
The PAC is against the exchange of money on the land.
Thank you. Any other parties?
They must be given the land.
The Patriotic Alliance also wants to state that we want to see the land given to the MJC, but not with that exorbitant amount.
All right. Thank you very much. With those points noted. Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Sampson. Okay, just post in the IM box. I can't hear you.
Sure. Okay. Not supporting this item.
You're not supporting the item. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Roundtree. All right. Can we then move on? The recommendation is carried. We move to item 46. Councillor Roundtree first.
Thank you, Speaker. I think to know that the nation is supporting
very bad connection.
Councillor, if you're with others, can you try another computer? That's better. That's better.
All right. Support the actions to reason to address the rising levels of free and wasteful expenditure as well as irregular expenditure. City administration now says it doesn't want to adopt national treasury measures to reduce irregular or and wasteful expenditure because it has its own systems in place, but these are very clearly not working. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the city rose from 0 in 2016 to almost 20 million rand in 2020, and irregular expenditure has been far worse. Between 2016 and 2020, irregular expenditure rose from just 2,000 rand to almost 1 billion rand in 2020. So that's an increase of 5 times. This increase in waste and irregular expenditure hasn't been linked to any increased or exceptional service delivery, because the delivery of housing, of public transport, and in the efficiency of red tape processes have all decreased. And Good and any other person reviewing the Auditor General reports over the last few years can clearly see that these rising trends of wasteful and irregular expenditure are very bad. And it's clear the city needs help in arresting this negative trend. Council has an obligation to ensure that the necessary measures proposed by National Treasury are implemented to stop the waste. And I think it's just quite interesting that we're happy to stop the pursuit of rail because of something National Treasury does, but we're not interested in what they have to say about actually arresting the rising trend otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Satoshi.
Let's premise our contribution to this item that as the ANC, we are very flabbergasted, Madam Speaker, by your conduct today in presiding over this meeting. Intimidation, bullying is not going to deter the ANC. And I think you should be ashamed of yourself. And if you want cooperation from the African National Congress, let's respect the rules of council that were adopted by council. Nevertheless, let's talk to the item that is before us. The councillor spoke before me is contradicting himself. The city wants to choose which parts of the circular wants to implement. We are required here to, I will refer the councillor to page 922 on the recommendations. Recommendation A is directing us as the city not to adopt the circular 111 from National Treasury. Yet the very same, the very second recommendation, that is recommendation B, is taking parts of this recommendation that we are asked not to adopt, taking parts of it, and we use it to enhance the existing systems that we have in the city. We must choose whether we want to adopt the circular or we don't want to adopt. So if you have taken a posture that you don't want to adopt, don't use some of the issues or some of the areas in the circular in your existing systems. So the reality, Chair, we will demonstrate in the next items that the 2018-2019 irregular expenditure for all the municipalities across the country were sitting at 2.5 billion rands, and the city of Cape Town is part of that. So that was wasteful expenditure. Irregular expenditure was sitting at over 21 billion rand, and city of Cape Town was part of that.
Conclude, Councillor.
So I am concluding by saying, Madam Speaker, the ANC is against the recommendation. This circular must be adopted in its fullest, and then it must be binding after that for this council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anstey.
Good afternoon, Speaker. No guidelines issued by the Auditor General are binding unless adopted by the Council. After scrutinising the National Treasury suggested guidelines, the City is of the view that we already have in place a robust approach since the performance audit conducted in 2018-2019 year, which highlighted certain new shortcomings. resulted in the increase of irregular expenditure, mainly linked to tenders exceeding the 2-year time period. And Councillor Roundtree, may I remind you that the bulk of the irregular expenditure over this period was generated by your maker member, a member of good parliament, the MPL, and yourself, who worked in the city at that time. However, for those who read the attached reports, Annexure 2 shows that the city has adopted the Annexure 2 shows that the city has adopted the template as part of its strategic overview. The adoption of the circular is not proposed at this time, as the city has a similar robust approach in place. The administration needs to apply existing principles and practices in an effort to curtail UIFW expenditure and to close out historic cases. Additional templates, tools, and checklists would create an administrative burden, and the performance statistics are improving for the 2021 and 22 financial year. For context, the following is shared. The city has recovered 32.2 million from fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the last financial year. I've yet to hear of any recovery from any ANC-run municipality in the last 20 years. The unauthorized expenditure is zero. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure balance is 3.4 million. Council's already ratified approximately 70% of the regular expenditure for the 2021 financial year. The content of the toolkit will be used as a leading practice to continually enhance the existing governance documents, principles and practices and working procedures. For further context, Speaker, may I remind this Council of the hundreds, actually thousands, probably tens of thousands of fruitless and wasteful items from ANC municipalities across South Africa, amounting to trillions of rands. I wish I could just say billions. The recent case which came to light in October was a substandard 15 million stadium built in the Enoch Majinga municipality. This is just one fruitless and wasteful incident, which is more than the total that have occurred in the city of Cape Town in the last 20 years. Regrettably, the ANC has failed to follow any practice notes issued by the Treasury Department over the years. But councillors, let us at this last council meeting of the year give a moment thought to the utter destruction and the subsequent economic fallout of the complete collapse of the rail network of South Africa. Transnet, the rolling stock and locomotives, the properties. It has taken just 15 years of ANC cadre deployment, nepotism, patronage, tender fraud and theft to destroy an entire railway network built up over 140 years. This will be the largest fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the history of South Africa. Speaker, the DA supports the recommendations in the National Treasury Circular number 111 not be adopted, that the leading practices from the circular toolkit be used to update and further enhance existing city governance documents and control measures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation on page 922 and 923. Those against us approving this recommendation? The ANC are against. Are there any other parties against this recommendation?
Al-Jamaa is against, Speaker.
Al-Jamaa, thank you. Any others?
EFF is
The
against.
ANC has put its
EFF is
stance.
against. The ANC we've heard. Yes, thank you. Any others? All right.
CCC is against, Speaker.
The CCC is against. Okay. With those noted, we will then move the recommendation.
Madam Speaker, ARA is against it.
ARA is against it. Okay, we'll add you to that. Thank you. All right, we move on to item 47, and this is an item around the sub-council boundaries, and the first speaker is Councillor Carl Punt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The item before us, C47, is the proposal to amend the sub-council boundaries of the City of Cape Town. For Council to consider this recommendation, the Municipal Electoral Act, the Municipal Demarcation Act, and the Municipal Structure Acts are applicable. With the elections that took place 1st November, the IEC managed the election according to the boundary changes made by the Demarcation Board on various ward changes, boundary changes, and voting district changes. Speaker, the Structure Act determined that the first meeting of council take place 14 days after the council has been declared elected. Thus, on 18 November, the first council meeting took place, and on 19 November, the multi-party committee had their first meeting to discuss sub-council boundaries. It needs to be noted that the multi-party committee agreed to a process with strict timelines to ensure that sub-councils are established as soon as possible. Thus, all parties had the opportunity to submit their sub-council proposals. The multi-party committee has decided to submit 6 proposals to council, and that council consider which proposals to take out for public participation. It is recommended that council consider the 6 proposed amendments to sub-council boundaries, namely Proposal 1 on page 3 from the Democratic Alliance for 21 sub-councils, followed on page 4 to 6 with proposals from 5 other parties. To note for decision making, I want to refer council specifically to the Demarcation Act, Part 2, Section 24 and 25, the Structure Act, Part 3, Section 61, 62 and 63, and also the Structure Act, Schedule 4, Part 1, that indicates the allocations of seats to parties for sub-council. Speaker. Also to note that that it's recommended that Alderman Matthew Kempton, as appointed by the Executive Mayor, consult with the Demarcation Board on the proposed sub-council boundaries. Lastly, Madam Speaker, due to the election took place on 1st November 2021, there is a very tight timeline in this difficult period of the year, so that sub-councils can be established soon as possible to make sure that the City of Cape Town's function as a well-run city and a city that includes communities in decision-making be obtained. Also that ward committees can be established for this purpose. It's important that council decide today on the recommendations made so that public participation can take place and that the multi-party committee can meet in January 2022 to consider the inputs received from the Demarcation Board, the public participation process, and to formulate the proposals to submit to council for consideration on the first council meeting in 2022. Council will by then consider the recommendations on the proposed sub-council boundaries model and draft amended sub-council bylaw. The Democratic Alliance is in full support of Proposal 1 on page 3 and is support of the recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kotty.
Madam Speaker, the ANC supports Proposal 5.2.2 on page 4. And it is on record that we having concern about the public comments during the festive season, which is outlined by Councillor Punt. And also in terms of the timeline, which stipulates that sub-councils must be formed from the 14th of February 2022. Speaker, but we support the amendment to the bylaw of 2021 on page 6. But we just want to raise some issues around some of the proposals that were made from the GA versus the ANC's proposal. One, I think we must be upfront by saying that from the ANC side, we want to dismantle the apartheid boundaries. And it seems that the DA still want to progress under apartheid boundaries. For example, they're including Ward 109, which is Macassar, into the Blue Downs area, where historically, all these years, Macassar was part of the Helderberg area. Again, Umfeleni, they're taking one of the Umfeleni wards to Khayelitsha, which is opposite the N2, which doesn't make sense in total. We support the Delft sub-council with Bella. But I must also say to you that originally our proposal was that the 24 sub-councils must be retained as it is. But it's clear in terms of the previous speaker and the previous item talks about cadre deployment. And the DA is now doing cadre deployment when it comes to sub-councils and sub-council chairs. So, Chair, the ANC wants to break down the apartheid legacy around boundaries, and we want to bring communities closer to each other. We also want to see services, effective service and quality services bring to our communities, which are much more needed in the townships and also in the Cape Flats areas. And if you see the DA's proposal, they want to keep leafy suburbs together and make it smaller sub-councils, and the township areas and Cape Flats areas where there are 7 or 8 wards constitute a sub-council chair. In our initial discussions, there was also indication made that we are saving 30 million on this process. But as an ANC, we're still looking for this explanation. Where is this 30 million saving coming from, Speaker? Again, under sub-council service delivery, we don't agree with the DS proposal in terms of taking some of the Philippi wards into Mitchell's Plain. It doesn't make sense. In terms of sub-council 13 and 14, and currently there's a new sub-council office being constructed at Fuzeka, and that in itself will be lost money and also a wasteful of money. So, but we don't support the issue of bringing Guguletu and Nyanga sub-councils together. Speaker, in conclusion, we want to say that the ANC supports proposal 5.2.2 on page 4, which indicates 21 sub-councils from the ANC side. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dambuza.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, carry on.
Thank you very much. The EFF looks at this process of trying to reduce the sub-councils from 24 to 21, not as a system to try and create a saving cost mechanism, instead of a process where the DA is trying to make sure that they are holding power within sub-councils and they are not providing proper service delivery to our people. Sub-council 13, in terms of their proposal, it's where they put in Philippi with Guguletu and Nyanga. And this is one of the areas that we see that there are major challenges when it comes to process of service delivery. This is the same DA that says when they look at the process of sub-council reducement, it is a saving cost, yet it's the same one that in this same agenda item is willing to throw money into the PGA. The same DA has come into the multi-party meeting and has made it clear that they are putting out that some of these demarcation proposal moves are based on the fact that they are fearing to have sub-councils that will be hanged instead of sub-councils that will actually be guiding and putting people in a process of giving them service delivery. The DA is not about the people. The DA is actually about them having sub-council chairs that will be getting paid more than the average councillor in these proposals. 24 sub-councils have failed to give proper service delivery within our communities. Going to 21 is not a cost saver. It is actually a process where you are trying to manage the ANC, who is an opposition to you, and making sure that in your process. Can I be protected, Chair?
Councillor David Godfrey. Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Now, the fact that a councillor puts out that parties have been given an opportunity to come and present their proposals. Of course, we will all be coming here and putting out our proposals. But we know the move process that will take place after that. And then when we want to put and save our people, we will not be in that position because we know the Cremora state will be just moo instead of listening to superior logic.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Markgraaff?
Yeah.
Good day, Madam Speaker. Good does not support the continued proliferation of sub-councils. In the past, it is true that these bodies played an important role in planning authorizations, but in the decades since they were formed, the planning functions and sub-councils has been removed by Splumer. Today, we spend hundreds of millions on sub-councils and they have no powers or no function. The sub-council have become a costly of councillors and chairpersons who get placed in positions of R1 million a year. Good recommends that this council review the continued need for the multitude of sub-councils in Cape Town and rather consider moving back to an original service delivery model. Sub-council offices can be used as a valuable community centers, but the inflated salaries to sub-council chairs and managers can rather be diverted back into critical spending of these savings. Madam Chair, I just had some disturbance in the chambers. However, these savings used to reduce tariffs, charges, and rates payers. Good will therefore abstain from the foregone conclusion of the DA proposal of deploying loyal parties members in a multitude of million-rand positions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move on to Councillor Botha Rizzo, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the list, I'm indicated as ACDP, if that can be corrected. Good day to the Executive Mayor, the Speaker, my colleagues, media, and residents that's on YouTube. In terms of Freedom Front Plus's manifesto, all authority should be devolved to the lowest possible level to ensure the best possible service delivery to local communities. Our support will be in line with our manifesto to improve service delivery to the residents. From the multi-party chairperson, we received verbal confirmation that satellite offices will remain in sub-council 17, 22 and 24 if clustering of sub-councils go ahead. Apparently, a map will also be issued in 2022 to all councillors indicating the locality of all the wards and satellite offices and depots in the city of Cape Town. That will make our work a lot easier and also to give information to residents. Therefore, Speaker, Freedom Front Plus is comfortable and in favour of Proposal 1, clustering Sub-Council 17 into Sub-Council 21, Sub-Councils 22 and 24 into Sub-Council 5. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the consideration of the proposed amendments to the sub-council boundaries as submitted by the multi-party committee, of which the ACDP was a part of. We are particularly in support of the reduction in sub-councils from 24 to 21 on the basis that was provided by Alderman Matthew Kempthorne that the city will be saving approximately 27 million, that being 7 million per sub-council. We were also assured as the multi-party committee that service delivery in these areas which no longer have a sub-council will not be affected. In addition to this assurance, it was also made clear that no jobs will be lost by those employees who were previously stationed at sub-councils 17, 22 and 24. While we can never be safe to assume, one can assume in this case that the saving of 27 million will be used to make service delivery even more effective to the entire city and not just some in the city. Speaker, while we welcome what was just mentioned, we are not politically ignorant to the fact that during this past local government election, the support and faith in the governing party decreased tremendously. To be exact, we saw this decrease go from 154 seats to 135. Due to this, we cannot shy away from the fact that while we are saving money, this reduction still gives the governing party the majority at nearly all of the sub-councils, unlike what they would have had should we remain at 24. Nonetheless, as the ACDP, we continue to cooperate at sub-council level to the benefit of our residents. In particular, We'll be looking out for service delivery to be dramatically improved as councillors work together for the city's benefit and not for political benefit. We're not just here to put bums on seats, but we're here to make sure that the governing party is held accountable at sub-council level, because historically it's been proven accountability and constructive criticism produces more effective services, thus leaving us with satisfied residents. Residents who are looking to us for hope, because after all, that is what Mayor Hill was promised in his maiden speech. Speaker, while we sit here comfortably accepting this amendment proposal, we know that those affected most are those who will partake in the public participation process. We want to urge the city to do its utmost to make sure that public participation is easily accessible and an awareness campaign is in place to encourage people to have their say. The report is unable to tell us how long this period runs for and also what are the participation means.
Thank you, Councillor.
If it's Speaker,
your time is up.
We've got 5 minutes on this.
You haven't got 5 minutes on my list.
Well, you've got that incorrect. Have we considered those, if this participation is going to be online, have we considered those who cannot participate in an online process? Imagine we encourage public participation as much as we are currently, as a city, encouraging people to get vaccinated. We'd have a much more engaging city. If you can go into a resident's home or street to vaccinate him, you can go into his home or street and allow him the opportunity to participate in this process. A concerted effort must be made, especially if we look at the period we find ourselves in, the festive season. Besides traveling, people are not looking forward to public participation events. This is a 5-year commitment which has political and financial implications, so we cannot take it lightly. Speaker, in conclusion, a new mayor, a new deputy mayor, and many new councillors will introduce new ideas, new plans, new strategies at these sub-councils, which will benefit the residents of the city of Cape Town. Thank you.
Councillor Sali, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day to all. We as Al Jama have proposed as proposal 3 for sub-council 14 as the only change on the completed list of DA changes. Having previously been sub-council 11, we squatted for the better part of the previous term at sub-council 17 due to the fact that our sub-council had been burnt down. One of our main challenges was to attend to our constituencies and to deliver effective services. The DA felt that the very same Ward 47 to incorporate it with sub-council 11. It makes no sense to place Ward 47 into DA proposed sub-council 11. How are our people going to be able to travel around to raise and elevate their problems and concerns? They already experience grave difficulties. It is indeed highly concerning and a disgrace to think that we can place politics ahead of service delivery by concentrating on hung sub-councils. Should our concerns not be the people, the same people that has entrusted the DA with their votes? What message is the DA giving the same people that voted for them in power by creating difficulty for the said people by placing wards into sub-councils for political gain and not the interests of the people? Let the interests of the people be first, always. We respectfully request that Al Jama proposal 3 to be favorably considered, and I reiterate with my colleagues that public participation is vital. Surveys on Facebook and social media is not sufficient. We need to go out and ensure that public participation at the homes and in the areas of the public are secured. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues will be aware that voters returned the most diverse council year since 2006. These benches are filled with dozens of minority voices, and together the two largest parties only hold 77% of seats. In his inaugural speech, the mayor acknowledged that many voters had stayed home and had lost hope, and that he had heard their voices loud and clear. The mayor urged us that more of the same won't cut it, and it was time for fresh thinking. The mayor dared us to think differently and called on this council to restore the city's sense of civic pride by joining hands with residents and active communities. Madam Speaker, this bold new vision set out by the mayor seems wholly absent in the DA's sub-council proposal. The Cape Independence Party proposal before the council will increase public participation and devolve power to individual wards on an unprecedented scale. In fact, the Constitution mandates in Chapter 7, Section 152, that the object of local government is to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in matters of local government. Madam Speaker, the voters were clear in showing their dissatisfaction, and the Mayor acknowledges that many have simply lost hope. Taking power back to the people is the only way to engage residents of Cape Town and revitalize the sense of civic pride outlined by the Mayor in his inaugural speech. The DA's proposal reduces the sub-councils from 24 to 21 and amounts to an act of political gerrymandering. Its proposal sees it control 18 of 21 sub-councils, or 85%, and this is completely at odds with the verdict of the voters, the same verdict that the Mayor says he has heard loud and clear. It is neither bold nor does it amount to fresh thinking, and for that reason I will oppose it and urge the DA to rethink its submission. Unfortunately, the ANC's proposal is a mirror image of the DA's. Now, colleagues, as public representatives, we must acknowledge that where voters have disengaged from the political process, they are in fact demanding powers back from us. Madam Speaker, in my remaining time, I would like to wish you and all my other colleagues a safe and blessed festive season, and I thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makongwana.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me first...
And a blessed Christmas to you.
Let me first, on behalf of the UDM,
I think we will go for coffee.
Acknowledge and applaud the multi-party committee for the way they have handled the situation or the matter. We have made our deliberations and our submissions were made clear in that particular committee. The UDM would like to request and implore all these parties that are represented in this council to seriously consider talking to each other more so that we can reach a consensus, because we have observed that we are not very far from each other. So if we can at least pinch each other here and there, because the only difference here, as we have observed, is the clustering of the wards into these sub-councils. So the UDM supports the fact that all the four close proposals be the ones that are considered by the council and the public participation. We will support any agreements that seeks to improve the rendering of the services, of the basic services to the communities, irrespective of the color, religion, and political affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Anwar Adams, although I don't have him recorded as being present. Let's give him a minute if he is present. All right, let's move on to Councillor Dlamini. Is Councillor Dlamini here? No, then we'll move on to Councillor De Beer.
Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, aldermen and councillors, I truly hope that again these 3 minutes will echo sentiments on our statement of service delivery and actual daily support for our citizens. In all the matters related to what we as council do, no matter our political narrative, again, service to our people must be number one. As a new entry in this platform, I will always shudder when indeed we show little tolerance, again have such little patience at times with each other, and speak over each other without resolve. I pray that we have the focus on actually the slogan of our nation being Tri Kara Treka, recognizing unity in our diversity. The UIM noted the proposal of reduction from 25 to 21 sub-councils, and apart from 2 proposals, many were in the ballpark of between 21 and 24 councils. The saving of resource funding of nearly 30 million rand on expenditure is no doubt attractive in these times and must be a huge consideration, but in no way must it decrease the vital services capacity to our people. Madam Speaker, the reason we have the continued statement of the 2 cities approach is because we need to focus on basic services to be more expedient and solve the matters to the places where it's really needed, and that is in the areas where people are truly poor. The UIM will support point 5, point 2, point 1, the DA21 proposal, with a huge request on record that we step up and not falter in our service. Madam Speaker, abantu besixeko sethu badinga isenzo hayi, amazwi kunye nentetho ephansi. Die inwoners van Kaapstad soek nie lang toesprake en woorde nie, maar aksie. The people of our city demand action, no longer these gracious words on record. Thank you. No doubt, although council closes in this period, I will be in the street, and so will my group, to listen and assist the people of Ikapa, Ikaya. May we have a gracious Christmas, an absolute stunning New Year, and look forward to 2022 in peace. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. A last opportunity for Councillor Adams, if he's present, or Councillor Damani.
Which Councillor Adams is that now?
Anwar, DI. All right. If they're not here, then I'm moving on to Alderman Councillor Kempthorne, who will conclude the item. Alderman Kempthorne, are you there?
Madam Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
Sorry about that. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Multi-Party Committee for their contributions and also for their comments today. I just need to reiterate that this is to send out the bylaw for public participation. It is not the bylaw that we will be dealing with in January. And also just to reiterate to everyone that we are governed by 3 pieces of national legislation, namely the Structures Act, the Demarcations Act, and the Electoral Act. Madam Speaker, Cape Town is the only metro in South Africa with sub-councils, and I believe that is one of the reasons why our services are at a much higher and better level than other metros in the country. The Multi-Party Committee is not necessary for the establishment of sub-councils, but this is a DA initiative because we always believe in consultation, even with smaller political parties that represent less votes than a voting district in a DA ward. Over the last 20 years, both DA and ANC administrations have shown that sub-councils work, but we need to make them more efficient, and that means more service delivery and not more politicians, that some of the other smaller parties would like to see. Sub-councils are a transversal committee that have oversight over service delivery in its own areas. Having chaired Sub-Council 16 for 5 years, we definitely need more services, better efficiencies. But unfortunately, it is cloud cuckoo land for the Cape Party suggest adding an additional R1 billion to our budget for something that is totally unnecessary and unworkable. But then again, their policies will lead nothing but to civil war in this country. Some of the points I would like to make. The savings will come from less expensive staff and salaries and consumables. Spatial planning and communities. Please look at Sub-Council 15 in the DA proposal that include Pinelands, Bonteheerville and London. Hardly apartheid planning. Also, we cannot afford chaos in sub-councils, and sub-councils that do not have a political majority, decisions will then be made by a toss of a coin, and this we can just not allow for good governance in the city of Cape Town. Also, Good mentions the planning decisions. Well, unfortunately, that was a decision by national government in the full support of your leader. The ACDP's comments about vaccinations. Unfortunately, that is a mandate of province and national government, and this city just does not have the resources to go door to door in a public participation issue, particularly with a raging pandemic. And finally, all services are delivered by the city across the metro on an equitable basis, and every ward has a ward office and a ward councillor. Speaker, in conclusion, this item is for the amendment to the sub-council bylaw to go out to public participation. While it is not ideal to have the process happening over the holiday season, the timing of the elections and the changes to the Structures Act, namely the 120-day limit in setting up of ward committees, makes this necessary, and I therefore urge all councillors to support this item so this council can get on with the work of governing and bringing services to our residents. Speaker, I therefore move that all 6 proposals go out for public participation. I thank you.
All right, thank you.
Clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, just to Councillor Kempthorne on his point of public participation and doing some thorough get the community buy-in consultation. Thank you for bringing the correct word to my mind. Is he aware that the public participation unit currently is doing door-to-door on the IDP? Because he is saying that the city does not have the capacity. So could it not also be slotted into their program to also speak to residents on the issue of sub-councils? Thank you.
Councillor Haynes, thank you very much for that. To bring that to my attention, I will meet with the public participation unit to see whether that is possible. But the IDP process has been planned for many months in advance. But thank you very much for the suggestion. I will take it up with the public participation unit.
Okay, so if we can understand that, if we would prefer the most amount of public participation that we can have, so we support that if it's possible. All right, we have a recommendation in front of us that all 6 of those recommendations get put on the table and go out to public participation. Is there anyone against that recommendation? All right, so we're going to move that recommendation as proposed, but except that we'll table in all 6. Thank you very much. Then we move on to item 48, and we have Councillor Yahya Adams first, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the words of the poets, what is permissible is not always honorable. I always like to remind myself that the most honorable people are not those who never make mistakes, but rather those who admit to the mistakes and then move on and do their best to right the wrongs they have made. In many ways, the city of Cape Town can be measured as a place of inspiration to the millions of people that inhabit its surroundings. The city is a living construct that generates opportunity and hope of a better today and tomorrow. People from across the African continent and the world leave their homelands to come and seek a better life from the city of Cape Town. The city is a multifaceted institution that gives stability to the aspirations of millions that depend on the city for an existence. The stability of the city, like any other global city, is built on many facets. Some include affordability, sustainability, a corruption-free administration, and value for money interactions and transactions. The future sustainability of quality service delivered requires integrity in governance, etc. Like unsung maintenance workers who toil quietly in the hull and the engine room of a colossal vessel, Impact has the honorable but tough task of quietly working towards the well-running of the city of Cape Town, without fanfare and without publicity. Impact painstakingly sifts through the myriad of details that requires attention. Impact works in the shadows of a colossal institution to bring light and help create the hope of a better today and tomorrow for all citizens that depends on the stability and sustainability and affordability of living in the city of Cape Town. To those who will decide who will serve on Impact, it is vital to note that Impact requires a great deal of energy and time commitment. Those who are to serve on Impact must have the required time and the energy and the didactic and skills requirements. Otherwise, they may either not participate as needed or leave Impact. This places a burden on those on Impact to do more. It is therefore important that those who serve on Impact must want to serve on Impact by their own volition and choice. Impact has also limited space for individualism and political grandstanding. Impact by its nature requires a spirit of collectivism. Under my leadership as chairman, there were no party political disagreements whatsoever. Impact worked as a collective to ensure the investigations were done with the required integrity and the attention to detail. We worked as a seamless collective in the best interests of the city. I cannot recall a single incident in the past 5 years where our different politics mattered. Having said that, I want to thank those councillors who have served on Impact over the past 5 years. We have achieved many milestones. And speaking under correction, I want to believe that no other Impact in the history of any council has done more work or has achieved more than what we have in the city of Cape Town. The reality that many municipalities across the country sought our advice and our guidance on a variety of issues suggests that we are the shining light of good governance. May Impact continue with the work done, the good work done, and may the records reflect on our hard work. I want to thank my colleagues and the administration for the support it has given Impact over the last 5 years. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker,
Councillor
on a point of
Sitashi.
clarity. Speaker,
Councillor Williams, what's your point of clarity?
I just want Councillor Yahya. He hasn't reported anything on COMF 85. Why does he not report on this?
All right, thank you. Councillor Yahya, you want to respond?
Not necessarily, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on. Councillor Sitashi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am trying to sort out my gadget this side. Speaker, you have just once again broken the rules because questions of clarity are raised at the end of debate. I'm the second speaker. Now you allow questions of clarity, but we'll keep teaching each other. Nevertheless, Speaker, Councillor Kempton spoke about a toss of a coin. Interestingly, a DA councillor has been elected through that process somewhere in the country. What a flip-flopper, Councillor Kempton. Speaker, Councillor Yahi Adams, I have forgiven him long time ago because he's singing for his supper, because his party is an extension of the DA rule here in this administration. I just want to direct all the councillors to page 34 of this report. Firstly, this report is got some inaccuracies. On page 33, it suggests that the report was forwarded to council and then it was adopted by council in May without any reservations. That is absolutely not true. The ANC's submission is there and is recorded. I want to draw the attention of councillors on page 34. This is the real picture of the city of Cape Town. The lie that has been sold to people for so many years has been proven today. That if you talk about the notion of a well-run city, that is the farce. In this report, Madam Speaker, over 400 million rands is on wasteful expenditure, meaning that corruption is involved. Corruption is involved. Over 400 million rands. The irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure, they are above R1 billion. This is a well-run city. Interestingly, in this report, irregular expenditure, you will see that on number 37 was far in safety and security department, 191 million rands irregular expenditure. What does this demonstrate to us? It demonstrates political poor leadership. In fact, it starts with you, Madam Speaker. The directorate, once you led, is also captured here. So we won't judge the mayor with this picture. We are saying, Mayor, to you, this is the city that you are inheriting. This is what you are inheriting from your predecessors. We will give you a chance to demonstrate your potential. We will judge you on the report of 2021-2022 financial year and outer years. This is the picture that your predecessors have actually been involved in the last 15 years in the city of Cape Town. So when I spoke earlier about the city that is not doing well, I was referring to this. You cannot dispute the facts. You cannot dispute the numbers. These are the numbers. Dear councillors, they have been talking about well-run city. In fact, Mr. Mayor, you must tell us, this picture is telling us that in this council, as we sit here, we are sitting here with political delinquents. They accuse fraudsters like Councillor Nora Kroos is sitting here in the meeting, and no DA councillor is saying anything about it. Here in today's meeting, we are sitting here with friends of gangsters who have written to judges and say judges must give lenient sentences to gangsters. They are sitting here in the meeting and they call themselves honorable councillors. Some of these people have presided over sub-councils. The picture that you see here before us emanates from those meetings. So I'm saying then, you have actually walked across the city of Cape Town and you have promised people of Cape Town that you are going to do differently. Part of the promise when you were debating with one of our colleagues, Councillor Fiona Abrams, she asked you a question about Councillor Nora Kroos. What are you going to do about it? You say you are going to, yes, let me conclude. You are going to look at it. Now you are in charge in the city of Cape Town. What are you going to do about this alleged fraudster that is sitting comfortable?
Thank you,
in the council
Councillor
meeting?
Southgate,
Thank you very
please.
much.
Speaker, because I'm new in council,
Carry on.
does the previous speaker, the Honorable Mr. Yahya, does he have the right to deny a question on clarity? Because I see clarity. Thank you.
Speaker, am I audible?
Carry on, Councillor Southgate.
Thank you. Speaker, the report before us highlights our commitment to good governance, building a capable state and upholding the rule of law, and that is what makes the DA difference. The good work done by MPAC is contained in Annexure A of the report. At this time, Speaker, I would like to thank, like the previous chairperson did, all the MPAC members and support staff for their diligence and commitment to ensuring that the city remains true to the strategic objective of being a well-run city, despite what Alderman Satashi is trying to say. During the year under review, the MPAC task teams, because of the heavy workload, met on Tuesdays and Fridays to consider the matters that were referred for investigation. Their dedication and hard work was the result of 47 cases being completed, 733 million resolved and ratified by council, and the city recovering 32.2 million to date. Speaker, the City of Cape Town MPAC is recognized by the Auditor General as the leading best practice, and other metros and municipalities are referred to benchmark and consider our processes. The Auditor General have repeatedly commended the City of Cape Town for its good control measures, despite what happens in other parts of the country under ANC governance. The resolutions of council is a reflection of the findings and preventative measures implemented to ensure that a reoccurrence will be prevented and that control measures are improved. MPAC has and will continue questioning the review of policy, procedures and SOPs in order to ensure that controls are improved. Training initiatives for officials, including lessons learned, improved preventative measures and updated city manager directives for clarity and administrative guidelines will continue to be pursued. Speaker, what should be noted is that a large amount of cases referred to MPAC for investigation are self-reporting, meaning that we don't wait for the Auditor General to raise them. During 2020-21, 444 million rand was self-identified. When identified, it is dealt with, and that is a hallmark of good governance, which the residents have come to expect from a well-run DA city. We can account for ratepayers' money, and where fraud and corruption is detected, we act without fear or favor. It is unlike in ANC-run municipalities where millions of rands are spent and they have nothing to show for it. Speaker, MPAC remains committed to investigating UIFW and propose remedial and corrective actions. Task teams will continue to interrogate line management on the efforts of management to exercise consequence management. Our efforts will remain robust and the root causes of cases will be explored extensively. These interrogations result in additional recommendations for the administration to explore for the city's controls to be enhanced to reduce the risk and or curtail the volume and value of UIFW expenditure. In that regard, many actions are underway and are continuously being improved. The city manager has approved the system and procedure for the detection and monitoring of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction operational strategy was also approved in December 2020. In conclusion, Speaker, MPAC has witnessed the rapid increase in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful cases for investigation and wants to raise its concern of oversight at what is happening or not happening at portfolio committee level. MPAC wants to suggest that members interrogate reports such as the IDP, the budget and the SDBIBs at portfolio committees more thoroughly to avoid the increase in the cases at MPAC. I want to thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 30. Can we have anyone who wishes to vote against the recommendation?
Speaker, the ANC is noting the report with serious concerns and also agree that it must be integrated. I mean, it must be incorporated in the integrated cities annual report. Thanks.
Thank you. The other councillor? The CCC, are you voting with the item? All right, then we note the ANC's vote.
CCC is abstaining, Mayor. Speaker.
Abstaining, that's fine, thank you. Then we note the ANC's comment and the CCC's abstention, and we move the recommendation on page 30. Councillors, the next item is item 48A, and this is Councillor Murray from the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Speaker, Honourable Mayor and fellow councillors, the success of a functional city depends largely on the reliability, efficiency and stability of its public transport system, especially in metros. The economic development and tourism hinges on safe and reliable transport of good standards. Our public transport system has been plagued by consistent violence, persistent instability, and personal injury to many, resulting in unnecessary loss of income by commuters who have no other mode of transport to work. Speaker, the My City N2 Express service has become a much needed service. But I am concerned that unless we strictly maintain control over the public transport system, we may lose it to the unscrupulous plans of some who wants to derail the success of the city. The safety of commuters and reliable inner transport, city transport, have also been compromised for far too long. Speaker, the city's first obligation is towards the safety and comfort of passengers. The Metro Police should play a role in ensuring the safety on various routes of these buses. As a representative of the Freedom Front Plus, I support the approval in principle of outsourcing to small businesses, but I want to request the officials to ensure that when contracting, firstly, that the city maintains its oversight function and reserves the right to terminate or amend the contract of any operator should they flout any provision contained in the agreement between the city and the operators. Secondly, that commuters should evaluate the quality of service experienced and that a commuter's bill of rights be formulated and enforced as part of any agreement. Thirdly, that an anonymous reporting on a toll-free city hotline be installed and monitored. And fourthly, I ask that regular inspections be done by uniformed city bus inspectors who will report to the MACO member of transport. Let this be a new beginning for a new era of safe city transport. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Badela.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Carry on, yes, please.
Okay. This report seeks approval from the Council for granting the rights to be used, control or manage cities' own vehicle linked to the My City N2 Express interim service. We do take note of the value of the assets, Madam Speaker. When N2 Express service commenced in 2014, the taxi operators were taken to a school of learning, e.g. UCT, and whopping 28 million was spent to develop those taxi drivers in order for them ultimately take over and run these routes. The city could not extend the contract on the end of May 2019. One of the fundamental dispute or cause of disagreement was an involvement of Golden Arrow fraudulently benefiting on a taxi route. The city made them a big brother financially, and supposedly taxi operators or VOCs could not be established as it was intended. We hope and wish that Lise Kona Ikamva PTY and Mitchell's Plain Transit PTY will be properly treated or fairly treated this time around, and the services will continue smoothly without any hindrance. And supreme logic that they, the VOCs who are getting the training, must run the show at the end of the day. Metro South East deserve these services to alleviate financial burden, safety of workers, and the criminals uses the opportunity of long walking distance in the dark before they can reach their ferry. Low-income workers in the mornings are low-income workers are the ones that are suffering the burden. We are also welcoming the addition to the plan, Madam Speaker, to include the Nyanga route and N2 Express to CPD should the negotiations be reached on time with the Qatar. Also appreciate the fact that this new interim contract is part of the intended Phase 2A contract negotiated in terms of Section 41 of the National Land Acts Transport of 2009. We then thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Quintus.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, and I'm extremely pleased that this afternoon we have this recommendation before us for Council to support, as it is a critical milestone in getting the My City N2 Express service back on the road, and hopefully, if all works out as planned, within the next month or so. This is a major achievement, Madam Speaker, which you well know. that will benefit thousands of commuters from Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha who are travelling to the Cape Town CBD for work and other opportunities. Ma'am, the city is about to enter into a new operating contract with the N2 company, and part of that agreement is subject to this municipal asset transfer, which will see us at this meeting approving, hopefully with this council's consent, the directorate to grant the N2 company the right to use and manage 34 of our city-owned buses to provide the N2 Express service. The next item from there on in our timeline is to actually sign this contract. But to get there, this recommendation needs to be supported by this council. And I'm extremely pleased to hear of the general support from the two previous speakers on this. It is long overdue. And Madam Speaker, I must make a special mention to yourself as a former MMC. And thank you for getting so much of this in line with the relatively new Executive Director for Urban Mobility. And I'm very happy to be at this junction able to walk the last 2 milestones through. So with the support of this council, let's get the wheels on the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a recommendation on pages 8 to 9. Are we all in favour of the recommendation?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
On that recommendation, Speaker, as a CCC, we fully support it. It's a long waiting for our communities.
Thank you. All right, we accept that. Any other councillors, any other parties against the item? Can we move it unanimously? All right, thank you very much, councillors. That takes us to item 49, and the recommendation is on page 3. So I'm going to ask Councillor Adams to start from the CCC.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Speaker, with regards to the Good Hope Centre, the CCC needs to ask a few questions. We want to know, how is it that a company founded in June 2021 emerges on the city database and secures the lease of a building so rich in our cultural history, considering the fact that this is a Joburg-based company? We want to know, how does a newly formed PTY get preference over local business when it has no track record of local business? And we know that the effects of this lease will be devastating on the Malay choirs and the minstrel carnivals, part custodians of our history. The proposed rental was dropped by 25% by 160,000, Madam Speaker. COVID was used as an excuse to assist a brand new business. Yet, the same city has refused to give rates and water relief to its residents. Apparently, our poor and our working class have not been impacted by COVID. I need to point out to you that the haste and the compromises made to assist this company, it leaves us with a sneaky suspicion. As the CCC, we welcome the N2 Gateway Express. The working class has been crying out for it for a while. Why they had to wait for years has never been clearly explained, and it probably never will be.
I think we're on a different item, Councillor.
I'm leading towards something, Madam.
All right.
The abiding issue is, will the poor people receive the same service as the affluent do? Will the good people of the Cape Flats and Khayelitsha receive the same bus stops to protect them from the elements?
Councillor, this is not on the agenda. We've moved off that item. We're on the next item.
I pass it, ma'am. Because, again, the lease that we are discussing, it originates and comes via SCM. We have to ask the following questions now. With regards to the allegations we made at the last council sitting, a number of issues arise. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the Speaker cuts our floor time by 2 minutes. And she does this as I'm getting into the issues of rampant fraud and corruption within SCM.
Yes, you can make a case, Councillor. We did discuss that already. You've got
my time and I'm leading to something. Unless you want to cut my mouth. Secondly, the day after I asked the Speaker to assist us to get the SCM issue on the next agenda, she charges me with bringing the city into disrepute. Thirdly, we notice that our statement referring to the theft of public funds has been omitted from the minutes of the previous meeting. Every single statement, Madam Speaker, as if we never said it. Now, I need you to understand, Madam Speaker, that we speak for a constituency, that you can cut our mics, but you cannot shut up our constituency. Why all these questions come when we raise the issues of SCM? Why you give Honorable Yahya Adams a break when an honest question is posed at him regarding MPAC. Madam Speaker, those are the questions we have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move on to Councillor Mbandiza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. This noting item in front of us is a demonstration of the DA's government's commitment to good governance, transparent government, and a responsible government, which we are known for throughout South Africa. In providing service delivery, there are circumstances where the need for providing service delivery is urgent, unexpected, and in some instances exceptional. And in these circumstances, legislation, supply chain management policy, and national treasury regulation framework provide for deviations, which the City of Cape Town diligently follow with the intention of providing equitable and effective service delivery for all Cape Town residents. Madam Speaker, only Councillor Fadil Adams, who lives probably in the Cuckoo Land, would not know that the Metro Rail, which is a backbone for public transport, has collapsed completely, and sadly, in particular in the central line.
My city collapsed too, but you're not ready for that conversation.
Both Khayelitsha and Mitchells Plain were left stranded and at the mercy of unaffordable minibus taxi industry to go and from work. Only Councillor Fadil Abrams, who lives in his own figment of imagination, would not know that My City N2 Express route from both Khayelitsha and Mitchells Plain had provided huge financial relief and created public dependency for hundreds of thousands of workers and school children from these working class communities. Therefore, the return of this service is for the benefit of both Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha, and that's for the benefit of Cape Town at large. Lastly, Madam Speaker, only Councillor Fadil Adams, whom did not get the manifesto, Let's Fix Public Transport in Cape Town by Mayor George Hill Lewis. For your benefit, sir, the second commitment by this mayor says, restore My City N2 Express service as a matter of urgent, period. Do you get it? That's exactly what we do with this deviation. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this to Councillor Fadil Adams. Do not go beyond the belt. Stop accusing officials and attacking officials of the city with baseless, truth-free, and frivolous accusation. I move for the noting of this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, may I respond?
No, the item is noted. We move on.
Madam Speaker,
Councillor,
that man has not heard a
Councillor, the item is for noting. We're moving on to the next item, item 50.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Badruddin. Are you there, Councillor Badruddin?
Madam Speaker, apologies. We must be frank about the limitations of this directorate's ability to spend our capital budget. In this political term, it is most definitely our priority to ensure a renewed focus and vigor to spend our budgets in order to ensure dignified living circumstances for all our residents within this metro. In acknowledging these challenges, Madam Speaker, we are in no way defending the under-expenditure of this directorate, but in fact, because we know that there are challenges, we must now ensure that we can address these. In our water and sanitation department, there were unfortunate delays in uploading new contracts, resulting in the installation of replacement meters being behind schedule. In our solid waste management department, we lament the delays caused by the national government due to feedback that they failed to submit on time, affecting the Vissershoek North landfill planning and implementation timelines. Looking forward, Madam Speaker, we will diligently monitor critical capital expenditure, which includes the Zandvliet wastewater treatment works, the Athlone wastewater treatment works extension, the Potsdam wastewater treatment works extension, our meter replacement programs, and a number of other critical projects. We will champion efforts to reduce our vacancy rate within this directorate and also to ensure that our depots, our first line response teams, our maintenance teams and contract management and project management teams are equipped with the skills and personnel it needs to spend our almost 2 billion rand capital expenditure budget. We will do this by delivering on our commitment to reducing sewage overflows, by making sure we are hardening our pump stations, we are expanding our pipe replacement projects, and also that we are investing in protection services, unfortunately, because our staff requires this to do the work that they do, especially in our vulnerable and volatile communities. And at the same time, we will invest in specialized vehicles, equipment, and also human resources to get the job done. The newly elected leadership in this council is committed to successfully implementing our CAPEX programs and kickstarting the local economy by driving large infrastructure programs over the next few years in this directorate, as we commit to spending the 3 billion rand set aside over the next 3 years, which we will make sure is spent in order to bring back dignity to our communities where this is so much needed. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Badela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Afternoon once more. A quarterly financial report is tabled as the MFMA requires and expects the municipality to implement. In accordance with the Section 52 of the Municipalities Act, provides overview on the city budget implementation status. We as an ANC could not help but express our dismay on the directorates resisting to employ. Just identify 3 out of the directorates. First thing we pick up, water and waste got 1,084 vacant position. On the value is 290 million that could have been used to employ. On the safety and security, 699 position vacant. A whipping of 167 million could have been used to better lives of the Cape Townians. On the Directorate of Transport is 314. It's whipping 86 million that can be used. These are the biggest culprits in the issue of filling the vacant posts in the city of Cape Town. We as ANC have been raising this concern in different portfolio meetings without a fear or favor. Due to lack of political will, the progress is on a snail pace. We call upon the new mayor to intervene. In the city, the crime is very high, but we opt not to employ residents of Cape Town, and we have budget to fill these vacancies. It is very easy for the DA administration to point fingers to the national government every time when they have no answers. However, in their house need a spring cleaning. It's dirty. You need a spring cleaning. Transport Directorate claims that they've overspent 14.8 million on the recommendation of N2 Express routes. That was meant to take place in November 2021. That has passed, but nothing has happened. The Transport Directorate is also underspending a whipping 69 million. This is a huge amount of being unspent.
You need to conclude.
In conclusion, Section 33 is misused to cover a poor planning and execution. Every time there's deviation, the professional services are being used and escape code. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please bear with me. This is all new, so please just give me a minute. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Item 50 does not provide our communities with confidence that service delivery will become the focus of this council, or that they will find any relief from the water and electricity tariffs. The struggle for those living on the Cape Flats will continue, and the choice between food and services will remain their reality. One aspect of this report stands out above all others and provides the residents of the city with a glimpse of what lies ahead. On page 28, 29, and 30 of Volume 4, capital projects and services to communities are reflected as under-delivered. Yet the main revenue source for this financial year, which is service charges, the city aims on electricity to collect 15 billion rand, of which they've already over-collected 100.9 million for this first quarter. On water and sanitation, the amount of 5.3 billion, of which they've already over-collected 50.8 million. Where exactly are these funds being used? Residents were led to believe that these are pipe levies and will be used for the maintenance of infrastructure. As we all know, living on the Cape Flats, this is not the case, as the sewage spillage is a daily occurrence in the Cape Flats. But if we turn to pages 78 and 81, we will see these funds, how they've been invested. Even the CTICC has benefited from an investment of 220 million with no interest rate or expiry date to this investment. We request that the city places a moratorium on the practice of using prepaid electricity meters as a means of debt collecting until such time as the City of Cape Town is able to provide us with a copy of the NERSA application, which should tell us what tariffs and/or additional charges had been approved by the National Energy Regulator so that some relief can be brought to our communities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Satoshi.
Madam Speaker, I believe that I've got 5 minutes. 2 minutes of Councillor Cote has been given to me. Is that correct?
And you're starting using them already.
No, I'm just asking a question. Don't be sarcastic. Let me deal with the item before us. Councillor Bardodin spoke about a renewed focus. No, I disagree with him. A West Start can't be a renewed focus. I want to take the councillor's attention to page 70. Let me just quickly look at to page 71. Starting from page 70, you will see what is going on there in terms of the report, the updated report in terms of the current expenditure. So mine, I'm not going to dwell about other issues. Mine is on capital expenditure because that is where we are going to measure whether the mayor walks the talk. Mr. Mayor, talk is cheap. If you look at the start of your spending, it starts with negative variances. Look at community services and health, minus 48.9%. And the excuses that they are giving there for this negative variance, it's absolutely nonsense. What inclement weather they are talking about? We were here in Cape Town. There was no inclement weather here in Cape Town. They are talking absolutely nonsense. And then you go to corporate services. It's minus 83.8%. It's a negative variance. They give excuses why they are having a bad start. Go to economic opportunities. Maybe we can give Alderman James Force, my friend, a big hand of applause. At least he started very well. And he's the only one that has actually started well. Go to energy and climate, minus 35.2%. Again, they are giving us a lot of excuses why they have started in this fashion. Go to finance. It's a very small directorate, but they are starting with the negative variance. Go to human settlement, the biggest culprit. The more you surround yourself, Mr. Mayor, with dead woods, this is what you are going to get. Here, human settlement is not telling us the whole truth here. They are saying here the negative variance is mainly due to programs being behind schedule. And they are talking about Pukese Boss Housing Project, Sheffield Road Housing Project, and so on. But human settlement are not telling us that in the last financial year, they had 111 million rands that was available for the rollover. Guess what? These fellows did not apply for the whole amount. They only applied for 56 million rands. 58 million rands has been surrendered to Treasury. Yet, people of Cape Town want houses. Your own provincial government is complaining about the City of Cape Town's procurement policies. They have reported that to National Department of Human Settlement. Your own provincial government. I spoke to Mr. Simas. I said, why the Catholic projects are under threat? Like, for instance, the projects that are supposed to take place in the area of Kraaifontein. Those projects are not going to be delivered now. They're going to be delivered in the next financial year. And the reasons for that is the procurement processes that are a problem in the city of Cape Town. That is coming from your own provincial government. And you come here and then you give us other excuses. And I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, this is how we're going to measure you. You have delivered a grand plan of what you want to do. But the picture before us doesn't suggest that you are going to deliver to that grand plan. You look at safety and security, minus 41.8% variance. You know, it's a negative variance. And they're giving us all kinds of excuses why they are starting in this negative way. You look at spatial planning and environment, minus 62.2%, negative variance. And they're giving us all kinds of excuses why they are starting in this fashion. You go to transport. Earlier today in your address, you spoke about introducing the N2. You spoke about introducing the N2, and everybody was excited. I even see now the media highlights that N2 is back. Look here, minus 58.7%. That's in rands. The expenditure is behind with 69 million rands.
Can you conclude?
And then we are told different stories here why they started so negatively. So it doesn't look like you are walking your talk, Mr. Mayor. So,
Councillor Bandiza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The mayor walks the talk. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the mayor has made it clear that the capital budget underspending is very concerning, and short-term, medium, and long-term interventions are needed to address this as a matter of urgent. There is no ambiguity around that. And various MECO members has made it very clear that this spending pattern of the first quarter is not what we desire, and interventions must be implemented to address the low capital expenditure. But what has been done since, Madam Speaker? What has been done is that the acting city manager, together with his EMT team, are looking and reviewing all variances from the budget in terms of a revised implementation plan for the remainder of the financial year to ensure optimized implementation by financial year end. When necessary and relevant, amendments will be made, will be affected in the January 22 adjustment budget. Secondly, what has been done is that we are tracking the activities on the demand plan and the tenders life cycle more closely to ensure that timelines are met and slippages are reported to management structures so that they can be addressed without delay. And what have we done? We are also taking a more proactive approach to new projects so that an informed decisions are made on whether to go ahead with financial or contractual commitments. Madam Speaker, there's quite a number of things that we have done after this first quarterly progress report. But I want to say also, Madam Speaker, that we must be cognizant of the fact that we are operating within a complex procurement ecosystem, which is affected by various forms of legislation and procurement policies, as well as global supply chain constraints and a complex range of factors within the communities we serve. And we are not by any means trying to run away from the fact, but the report is 75 days today old, and the work is being done around the capital spending, especially Councillor Sodase, to address its performance. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this. In the very same report, there's been a positive continued high debt collection ratio the 12-month moving average payment ratio of 98.79% up until the end of September. And I want to thank the residents of City of Cape Town who are continuing to pay for the services that this municipality renders to them. Thank you very much to those that are making the payment.
Thank you.
I move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The item is for noting. The Mayor.
Madam Speaker, may I ask a clarity question to Councillor Mbandezi Seko?
All right.
Yes, clarity, Madam Speaker. Councillor Mbandezi, you are saying that these are early days, and then we are 6 months now into the current budget. Do you think that the adopted capital budget of 8+ billion rands will be spent by end of this current financial year, judging this poor start?
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that, Councillor Mbandezi? Do you think?
No problem, Madam Speaker. Look, Councillor Sotas, I didn't say it's an early start. I said the report is 75 days. I didn't say it's an early start. And secondly, I've made the point to say that it is not what we envisage, it's not what we desire. There's no dispute around that. And whether we'll be able to spend 8 billion capital at the end of June next year, I cannot vouch on that, but obviously everything else shall be done to make sure that we do. But with the pattern that we've seen, this financial year first quarter has been relatively lower than the last 2 financial years by comparison. So I cannot vouch for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to comment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Xolani Sotashe and Councillor Mbandezi, and as well to Councillor Badruddin. Excellent inputs into the debate. I'm pleased that it was based on the facts and on the numbers, and I'm very happy to answer on that kind of really factual accountability. Let me say that when we go and tax the public for certain services, then we have to make sure that we spend that money. Otherwise, it should be returned to the public from whence it comes. So it's not acceptable to tax the public and not spend your budgets. So I want to make that absolutely clear. That is the expectation for our administration. Underspending is not an acceptable outcome unless there are really, really good reasons that are absolutely unavoidable. But I agree with Xolani Sotashe that we must be very skeptical and really interrogate and question those reasons when they come. So this report, where I disagree with Alderman Sotashe, is that this report is up until October, which was obviously before the election. So it's unfair to say that this is a bad start, because when I read this, you will remember in my previous address to Council on the 25th of November, if you go back and have a look there, and it received some media attention at the time, I immediately came and reported it to Council that I was not happy with the numbers in this report that we are debating now. It wasn't on the agenda then, but I had seen it, and now it's on the agenda. So I really do agree those targets must be met, and if they are not, there have to be really rock solid reasons for why they could not be. And I take that very seriously, and I know that Councillor Mbandezi does as well, and that he will help me to apply the pressure, serious pressure throughout the organization that spending targets should be met. And I will be restarting a simple accountability tool called the mayoral dashboard, which looks at the directorate's capital and operational spend on a monthly basis, and can really just apply that accountability pressure. So he has my absolute commitments and Councillor Mbandezi's commitment on that. I would say though that, as I said last council meeting, we will not spend, to answer his final question, we will not spend that capital budget this year. And it's important that I put that on the record now, because the performance is now a quarter in, just over 12%, I think it is. You can have a look at the numbers in front of you, and I do not see us being able to catch up appropriately. But I assure you that on sentiment, Councillor Mbandezi and I absolutely agree about the pressure applied.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Speaker?
The item is for noting. Councillor Haynes, do you have
Yes, knowing that the item is for noting, clarity to the Mayor on his response, please.
I don't want to prolong the debate. The item is for noting.
I just want clarity on the Mayor's response.
All right, ask your question of clarity.
Is the Mayor prepared to review his MACO and have heads rolled in his midterm review should they not live up to the standards of the pillars of the City of Cape Town and spending of our money?
Mr. Mayor, do you want to respond?
Well, Councillor Haynes, I'm committed to performance, and each of the MACO will have, as I will have with my political bosses, in the party and ultimately with the public, of course, a signed, written performance agreement, and people will be held to those KPIs.
All right, thank you very much. Then the item is moved, as noted, and we move now on to item. The open agenda is closed. Yeah, the open agenda is now closed, and we move on to the confidential agenda. So I'm going to ask that the councillors remain on this link, and that the rest of the people not part of the closed meeting leave. And if we just have 2 minutes while they set up another link. And we will also, of course, terminate the YouTube link.